am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning, Lagos. You're tuned into The Breakfast Show right here on BusinessDay Television. It's a beautiful Monday right here in the studio, and we have enough pack to keep you going. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course, it's good to be back to the show this morning. Of course, on the show today also we have
Onyeka Valentine.
Yeah, and it's good to be back. It's good to see you. I missed you. I hope you missed me too.
Of course we did. We did.
And I missed our audience, definitely. How have you been?
Well, I can't complain. Apart from the regular Nigeria happening to you, which we get to survive, then I would say good to go. Good to go so far. Good to go.
Good to go. Interesting. Let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Federal government secures release of 100 pupils abducted. skim over it before we go to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. But I think one of the stories that really sticks out to me this morning is that of the 100 pupils which have been abducted from the Niger Catholic School. Also, looking at the precedent and some of the things that have been happening over the past few weeks with schools, abductions, kidnappings here and there. It's good to see the federal government securing the release of this 100 pupils, but if we can't even guarantee that our students will go to school and be safe, I think that's a problem.
I mean, most definitely, as much as we want to give the government a pat on the back saying a job well, you see, I keep the done for ourselves. A job well, let's not decide. Should we add the done to it? Because to add the done to it, which means that we are now saying, kidnappers, you kidnap, we collect those you kidnap. What about we stopping kidnappers from kidnapping? So for us to now add the done to the well, can we be more proactive? Like I said before, we've given them a pat on the back. It is, a new step to the right direction. This way, not wasting too much time before the kids are being transferred to different locations. I know the more they move, these kidnapped victims to different locations, the more difficult for us, for security personnel to go and rescue them.
Right.
However, haven't gotten these kids and these children back. Can we now say those perpetrators, those kidnappers, those bandits who are responsible for this, can we see them real time on TV? Remember, the Senate, I think they passed a law now that look, terrorism, kidnapping, and all that banditry will now attract the death penalty. Can we begin to see that those who have inflicted pain on the lives of Nigerians, those who have snuffed out the life from innocent people, can we also see their own life be snuffed out too? It might sound as if, I'm being tough on it, but sometimes tough times calls for tough measures. And these are the times that we need those tough measures. Remember, the international world is watching. Our reputation is at stake. And even more importantly, business and livelihoods are depending on decisions that will come with a hard knock. Because that's only when they will respect Nigeria. Look at Malaysia, for instance. Drug peddling, whatever you call it, drug business attracts the death penalty. Nigerians have not suffered it. Other nationals or nationalities or whatever you call it, other people from different countries that live in Malaysia there, who were one way or the other connected to this drug activity, were put to death. There's other countries where corruption drags in the capital punishment.
Right,
So
agree.
I think that now that we might have done this faster if we had responded very quickly. Chibok girls could have been completely, rescued totally and brought back home. Now, I hate to say they're no longer girls wherever they are. They're not Chibok women.
I'm telling you, and that's really sad. It's not a good thing.
It's not one to smile over. So I think at this point in time, I want to believe, right, beyond all reasonable doubt, that monies with the earth was not given to anybody. Nothing like negotiations. I want to believe that, right? But it's a hard pill to swallow. Again, I must congratulate our new, defense minister, right? By the name General, Christopher Musa, retired. I remember when he was still actively serving. He was on TV, we saw him, he said, look, if you are in this theater of war, talking to his boys, boosting their morale, if you're in this theater of war, and you haven't killed one Boko Haram. He was specific. This is someone who has had long track records of serving over 30-something years. And half of those years, he has been in the theater of war, handled weapons himself, led battalions into war, defended the integrity and the territorial waters of Nigeria and landmark of Nigeria. And so he also said something that was very important. He said, look, whenever, and this was when he was on a huge platform, we watched him on TV. He said, whenever we hit a great milestone, when it comes to defeating Boko Haram, push them back, right? Just when we're about to erase them, they regroup. Who is helping them? Do they have some international aid? When they catch them, how come they see dollars and stuff with them?
Yeah, so who are the big wigs supporting these people? Because it doesn't seem like they're doing this. I mean, we've seen online, we've seen that they even have TikTok accounts now. That also tells you how bold they are, and the fact that there's a kind of boldness you have when you have some sort of backing. You know what
Most
I mean?
definitely.
So that also shows something. But I mean, we have to move on from the headlines now and take a quick break and see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Keep It Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. This is the newspaper review segment. We'll see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. We always like to start from home because they say charity begins at home. So we'll start with the Business Day paper this morning. And of course, to join me in reviewing the papers this morning, we have Mr. Mohammed Akanji.
Mr. Mohammed.
Good morning. Good morning.
In-house analyst. No, I mean, Valentine, you don't need any introduction. Like, it's, yeah. You are here.
Thank you very much for having me.
Right, so.
It's a pleasure.
Right. Hope you're fine. I hope your weekend was fine.
Oh, it was good anyway, even though there was no power throughout the weekend. I don't know what really happened.
Yeah.
Oh, perhaps, I don't know.
That's a story for another
very,
day.
very unusual, actually.
We
really,
need.
really unusual.
Okay, that's good then.
Maybe something happened.
Yes,
So that's, in fact, when most of the news that we're hearing about, we actually think that the Benin Republic attack yesterday and things like that. So it was very good to like start hearing about it. Because, the news broke in the morning and normally I have time that actually be able to start it.
Yeah.
Because there was no power, most of my devices were down, my tablets.
You were locked out of the world.
So until maybe the sun started coming up, but I couldn't just go out and get petrol to shoot. So I was actually waiting for the sun. And they will use that to be able to.
You're waiting for the sun, okay, for solar. Okay.
So perhaps I think that was what affected my weekend and maybe my team as well.
What team is that?
Second loss this season.
Arsenal.
Oh yes.
Oh, so sorry.
Just really be able to put just really be able to affect my mood on Saturday.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But this week, we go again this week, and this week is going to be an excellent week.
We go again on Tuesday.
My own, not very patriotic Nigeria. My own team is Kano Pillars.
Okay. What do you play about
Did they play about the weekend?
We did actually.
Well, let's see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper. The big story here says Nigeria faces uphill task selling new upstream oil dream. The write-up goes on to say funding regulations, forced marriages undermine confidence in new licenses. Again, still on the front page of Business Day, UBA Group emerges Africa's top bank for third time in 5 years. Congratulations to UBA. Another big story here says from bed to bench, how inpatient bed shortages threaten lives. Nigeria has an average bed capacity of 0.25 beds per 1,000 persons. I think you might want to just speak on this one.
I mean, that's the
first story,
story
yeah.
today that I think our energy editor actually be able to put out there. So, as is the usual tradition, the upstream petroleum sector, those are actually responsible for drilling the crude. Another round of licensing is about to begin. It's a yearly thing where you apply, you get your license and you're allowed to actually be able to drill oil as the usual practice. So, but NUPRC, which is the body that's actually responsible for that, put out that call. But I think the major challenge there for NUPRC at the moment now is to be able to get, willing buyers to be able to put up, to be able to take off some of these what's it called, the oil pipelines. I'm not the oil pipelines. I'm talking about where they actually be able to buy some of these rigs, the oil rigs generally, to be able to take them up. So I think it has been a challenge they've actually been having. But of course, about $10 billion is what the UPRC is targeting from that. But it has not really been able to take off as they would have loved. But we know that most of the time, it's usually around the third week of December that most of the important players, the key stakeholders, tend to be able to come in, bring in their money, you understand now, to be able to invest in the sector. So, but we know that there are onshore oil blocks that are about to be sold. I think those details are there where our readers can be able to get them. But there are important opportunities now, especially people that have idle fund, to be able to buy a piece or a share.
I like what you call it.
Idle fund.
Yeah. Oh, of course, the idle funds. We need to act like
These are economies. People are hungry.
People are idle funds.
You know what I'm saying that? Sorry, on Friday, just a bit of digress. When we're talking about, premium shows, we're talking about December, 30 December.
Right.
And then we're looking at most of all these, high bill Nigerian celebrities.
Yeah.
Some of these, that's
Blue bloods. The blue bloods.
You know what they are demanding? I'm sure you are very much aware, but they're very much in line. So, Ashake, for example, is saying, come and pay 300,000 for a concert. And you will see why some people were lamenting that compared to what it was in 2024 to now. And you see some people feeling like it's not really too much now. Do you know if they pay those things, when they actually be able to perform at shows in the US or the UK, how much they actually pay? So I'm saying, there are people that have idle funds. Now it might look like, in this current economy.
No, but the truth is there are people, but they are the 1%.
Oh, okay.
It's not the reflection of the economy.
It's a capital intensive project. So this is not a kind of investment for, I don't know, for the middle class, as we'll say.
Yes.
Or just like you say, those actually in the median income level.
Yeah.
We're talking about, just like you said, the 1%. But the oil block, but the return there is massive. I'm sure you know that. People believe that oil money is infinite. So, but getting the oil block, NPRC put it out now because it's supposed to actually be put out there for the public. So the 6-month licenses started on December 2nd, but it has not really been able to take off the ground yet. But I'm sure before, of course, it's going to last for 6 months. You'll see a lot of players actually being able to bring in their investment and their money into the player. So they release all those things, the onshore blocks, the offshore blocks that they would like to be able to sell. So I'm sure we'll be able to scale that with time.
Right. Let's see what we have on the Punch paper this morning. Front page of the Punch paper this morning, all about security. The big story here says Tinubu, Macron, old talks as U.S. fact finders arrive. This is on page 2 of the Punch paper this morning. On page 41, on the top side of the Punch paper, it says Abiodun Adeboye associate honor Adedoyin at 90th birthday Thanksgiving. PDP crisis, Wike block plans state congresses and national convention. This is on page 42 of the Punch papers this morning. And on page 31, Nigeria's World Bank debt hit $9.65 billion. This is from the World Bank President AJ Banga. Again, on page 22, it says Boko Haram fight lasting longer than civil war is troubling. Actually, this is from former President Obasanjo, is saying that the Boko Haram fight lasting longer than the civil war is actually troubling. Because we know how long the civil war lasted, and then now it's looking like we've been fighting Boko Haram for the longest time. Fighting terrorists. Page 7 says Anambra prison inmate wins international whistleblower award. Wow. On page 13 of the paper this morning, Pengasan Dangote rift widens over salary suspension. On page 8 of the paper, it says defection rumors rise as Fubara faces mounting assembly fire. On page 42, finally, it says Coastal Highway Cross River residents get 1 billion naira compensation. Mr. Valley.
Very quickly, I would like to talk about that 1 billion naira compensation. Can we see their faces? Can we know people who...
The Nigerians like me.
Nothing is in total.
We are talking about people.
You still want to steal them.
Yeah, do you know why? Because I have a friend of mine who, look, the guy is almost 50 years old. And he has never been diagnosed with blood pressure. The day they came and marked X on his building, that was the beginning of taking the medication, and it's for life. And he said to himself, I don't have this blood pressure. Where's it coming from? Now they're talking about compensation. Can we see the faces? Or is that it's called audio money?
No, it's not audio. I don't
The money does not sing at all.
Yeah. So, Ross, by the time the government released it,
right,
they perhaps will be able to see the number of households. There will be people that will be paid for. It's not going to one person.
Yeah, it's 700 to 1,000 people.
Exactly.
Because the guy gave me money, so I'm thinking, should I give me a call now?
Of course you have.
And see maybe they're giving you money.
If they give me your money, you are going to bet it.
So I mean, that's a good thing, and government needs to be able to get that out. Before we talk about the main story,
yes.
Just to be able to hit Ajay Bangal mentioned about our debt, and it's still to be able to mention about the threshold that we are still maintaining. Remember, a country would actually become debt burden if the debt to your GDP ratio is above 45%. At the level that we are now, the World Bank, even the World Bank now, we are still around 16 to 17%. But if you look at everything in total, it's around 38%. So once your debt to GDP is above 45%, then it's a red signal. So it's still a very manageable level from what we have. The number was just statement about Boko Haram, because of course, Boko Haram started in Nigeria in 2009. We're almost 20 years into it now.
It's crazy.
It was just 3 years, right? 1967 to 97.
This means
so if that for that 3 years, sorry about that. For that 3 years, we're able to see the end of civil war. Boko Haram is 2009, almost, like I say, 2008, 2009. We're about 20 years into it now. And of course, terrorism is the new oil in the world. I can tell you, because the way, the kind of money they are making out of it. Just to give you a very quick example. Look at the cookies in Kwara State, for example, Liz and Val. Those people demanded how much? 100 million per abductee, 100 million. They kidnapped 38 people. If, for example, if Thule ransom were paid before they were released, that is 38 million, that's 100 million times 38, that's 3.8 billion.
And that money
can run that out of business in 5 days. Somebody could do that. They kidnapped them in Kwara State on Tuesday, decided making demand on Thursday. So if Thule, before those people were released, the money was actually released to them, 3.8 billion. What kind of business do you do? So can people see how lucrative it is to them? So I can get this amount of money for just a business of Tuesday to Saturday. Fine, that be released now. We don't know whether government pay ransom or not, but that is their demand. So somebody can just be able to wake up and say that, oh, I think this will actually be more lucrative. I get this business done, and that is why we need to get a hold of the security. I'm sure maybe you read that about Macron. Macron, before the Benin Republic issue happened yesterday, before it actually came out, there was a report that President Macron called President Tinubu, and he released it on Twitter to say that I spoke to the president about regional security. But that was the initial thing that told me, what is actually happening again here in West Africa? Because initially I was thinking, is he trying to be able to, solidarize? I mean,
solidarity with Nigeria.
Or about regional security before the Benin Republic came. Because in fact, we heard that President Patrice Talon actually took asylum in the French embassy in Benin before Nigerians were able to deploy troops there within 4 hours, and they restored him back. Soldiers did that in 4 hours yesterday. They are in Benin right now. Foot soldiers, Nigerians are there. But we also saw that Macron was actually siding with Nigeria. We saw that US fact finders are also here in Nigeria. The National Security Advisor.
What does this talk that Macron is holding? What does it really mean for us right now? I mean, it should signal something positive.
Oh, definitely positive.
Any underlying concerns?
So, that's what I'm saying. I think the underlying concern have actually been the Russian invention. Look at what Russia have actually done now. Most of the countries that have experienced coup, the one of Benin West that succeeded will be the 6th in West Africa and Sahel, 2 in Mali, 2 in Burkina Faso. Guinea is there. We talked about Niger. Now, just recently was Guinea-Bissau. Before we talk about Benin Republic. If you count them, about 8 already in West Africa. So West Africa is always like the cause now. The coups, people in Nigeria, even though we have not been able to confirm it yet, the reason why the October independence speech was not delivered, according to a lot of people, was because there was a coup attempt in Nigeria, and we also saw soldiers that were arrested as well, even though the military has not confirmed it, to say there was an attempted coup to take over government. So West Africa and the Sahel is actually looking at the belt of coup right now.
Okay.
Like I'm telling you about.
It's
heating up right now. Talk about 2 in Mali, 2 in Burkina Faso, 1 in Guinea, 1 in Niger. Now we talk about Guinea-Bissau. Now yesterday they're almost succeeding. If not because of the bombardment that they received from the area from Nigeria. The coupists are always succeeding yesterday. They are almost succeeding. So I think what Macron is saying there And most of all these countries that are falling, they are falling into the welcoming hands of Russia. You understand now? Russia is more or less like giving them a welcoming hand. They have become an international pariah already, international. So they are seeing Africa as another hotbed to be able to romance, with most of the African nations. Russia is actually saying that. So it gives them that opportunity to do that here. So I'm sure Macron today could be concerned about that. That it seems Russia is getting a lot of friendship and consent, strength, relationship with Niger, for example, said they would go on Russia. In fact, the born Nigerian flag, remember then, when Nigeria President Tinubu was actually saying we are against the coup plotters. That President Bazoum was the president that was toppled. And you see Nigerians were waving Russian flag on the street of Niamey. So you see that Russians, directly or indirectly, are trying to be able to penetrate into West Africa and the Sahel region.
But just so that,
I think the concern will be there.
just so that we are, we give them what it is that they're looking out for. I'm thinking again, it's just an hypothesis. Is it possible that France is more worried that Russia will have a stronger foothold, which is why they are now turning the tip?
That's actually a very good way to look at it, because I also found that
because it looks as if they're now coming to us cap in hand. What did I go to say? Nigeria, please do a bidding for us. They're losing face very quickly. They've lost Niger. Yes,
they've lost Burkina Faso.
The Sahel region is directly pulling out of them.
Into the hands of.
So we see now.
So we see now. We see for what we're on the same page.
I'm saying here. So, but the major francophone blocks that maybe they will actually see as a more lucrative countries, to say like French, the Côte d'Ivoire and Senegal. So today, they've not fallen to the hand of the cookies anyway. The military hasn't taken over there. In fact, President Arsenal, that will be done today.
Yes.
For the third term. And that was not yet.
Not yet.
So I'm sure France is still having a foothold, Senegal, maybe element of Togo, Chad, you seem able to have some semblance of respect in those places. But just like Valentine said, it's true. They are losing a whole lot of influence when it comes to this time region
to Russia.
From countries to Russia.
So then comes to Nigeria.
So they are coming to us cap in hand now. To beg us. I'm trying to be to ask some pride.
What Nigeria did yesterday, what Nigerian soldiers did yesterday was amazing. I told you. In 4 hours, in fact, because the coup plotters have went to the TV station, they've shut down everything. They were already making the announcement before the bomb blast. Before maybe there was an aerial bomb that they actually were to drop down in Cotonou. And then from there, the president he has voted already. The president was in France, was just taking. He almost gave him. He has kept it already. Only God knows by just around 7 p.m. in the night, we just saw him appearing on the TV to say these number of soldiers have been arrested. So
can we also deploy such quick response to our Boko Haram?
So Boko Haram has been on for about 20 years, and none of that has happened.
There's a disconnect.
There's a disconnect.
This is against soldiers anyway. A lot of angles will come to it. But if they could do that in record time,
Mohammed, let us call it spade a spade. There are some international influence are the ones backing Boko Haram. Even our former CDS, who is now the Minister of Defense, name of General Christopher Musa, retired, said they said, look, how is that whenever we are conquering Boko Haram and eradicating them, after a while they do what? They regroup
again and launch attack.
Nigerian army is stronger,
sophisticated weapons.
We are far stronger and ready in every aspect to defeat and eradicate Boko Haram. The question is, who is funding these people?
Who is backing them?
So who is funding them? And then do we also have the willpower?
We have
like
it.
Terrorism is the new oil. People are making money out of this. So people that are making a whole lot of money will never want to see the end of it.
Well, we have to move on very quickly, see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard paper, because we are in the interest of time.
Most definitely. So the Vanguard then says, amid blackout, right, NERC experts clash as discouraged revenue rises to 1.7 trillion. Just we call trillion. Looks as if it's just no more. It's like the thousand.
We're talking about thousands.
For people who were born in the 70s, we never used to hear trillions. I know I'm not that old. Don't worry. So amid blackouts, NERC exports class, and as this goes, revenue rise to 1.7, I beg your pardon, trillion.
Fighting, and they're all providing the power, and they are making a amount of money.
And sadly enough, sun doesn't come out on time to charge the solar panel.
Just show me to that blackout.
Very quickly, it says, already we talked about the Benin issue. It says how Benin rep coup failed. So it's all about Benin. Okay, Benin, I beg your pardon. Then FG said, okay, FG secures release of 100.
Yeah, we already spoke about that.
Then set up. I thought I had to set up.
You must hear about them every Monday.
Every Monday.
Every Monday.
You know what I mean?
You have one case in court.
You must have something on Monday. This is a plan
exactly.
every Monday. They must.
Syrup is on the
What's it this time?
Explaining missing, 55 billion voted for 2023 poll materials.
I need to explain.
Where is Yakub? Go answer that one.
That's funny.
Last one here says police storm kidnappers camp in Abuja, rescue 7. Police.
All right.
Good to know. Good to know.
Well done to them. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the BusinessDay paper. I'm sure Asuko has cooked up something interesting for us. So we see something like it's that floating net.
Yeah,
is that
net?
And then who is that? Boris Johnson on the net, being carried by Nigerian leaders with the flag. So
I said, I feel
perfectly safe in Nigeria. Because obviously that is on the back of the IMO Economic Summit.
It was actually
because I was wondering, like, wow,
what's it doing here, right? So I
don't have those thoughts as well.
Right.
No, because he said at the summit, he said while he was coming to Nigeria, he was informed that Nigeria is not a safe place. He should decline it.
But now he came.
So he came there and he was even asking there. He chewed it open there and said, "Are you not safe in Nigeria?" It was actually the Igbo people. The Igbo government.
What did they then?
I said, "Yes, they are safe." And it was like, I can boastfully tell you here. I'm sure that's our opportunity.
Interesting.
But Johnson feels safer in Nigeria, of course. There are a lot of cases I know in the UK.
But that should not take them, or that should not take away the fact that there's the reality that there's insecurity, that people are even scared of traveling to their hometowns as they usually do for the festive season because they're scared of insecurity. So let's be honest. Yes, it feels perfectly safe.
Let's go back now. I don't think that they've told him they don't go to read that. Don't go to Nigeria. If I felt safer in Nigeria compared to the UK. That's why this is to speak.
Although Mohammed, while he was delivering the speech, he said some certain things that I asked myself a question. How does this? Where's the point of equality here? What we are giving and what they are receiving? I looked at it like, wait a minute. We spoke about some, a particular brand that, some consumable brand like that, that's premium here in Nigeria. And I'm like, is that our problem?
But there's also this thing when these leaders come to Nigeria, they say the best thing about Nigeria. It just happens anyway. If you also people go to other countries, you say good things. So it's just one of it. It's also the diplomacy and the politics.
So why do I find it difficult to believe him?
So I felt like, just to clarify, because immediately he stepped down from his prime ministerial role, he has been facing one legal issue or the other. It was COVID. There were a lot of issues boys have been facing, and maybe some people actually acted on that. Acted on the fact that maybe at least for the first time in his life, he's actually having less to actually worry about legal dispute.
Because it's in Nigeria where we tend to open our arms towards anything. But we have to go now. Up next is Business Week at 9 a.m. Please stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
There
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome. This is Business Day Television, and we're bringing you today a fresh edition of our weekly program, Business Week. We have a single lineup today, and if we have time, perhaps we would add a second. But before we get into it, and you're going to find that we have good reason for choosing only one item today. Before we get into it, let's provide some sense of what is happening around the world. The U.S. delegation on a fact-finding mission has arrived in Abuja as a follow-up to the threats by the President of the United States to attack Nigeria because of allegations of attacks on Christians. We hear that the federal government has terminated the RACON contract for the construction of the Calabar-Itu Highway, citing delays by the contractor. Now, one very good news. Nigeria says it contributed to foiling the attempted military coup in neighboring Benin Republic. Indeed, I feel proud as a Nigerian that we do not only know what democracy is, that we can be counted to defend democracy. The European Union has launched a 12 million euro initiative to strengthen maritime security around the West African and Central African corridor. Now, that's it for the headlines this morning. Let's get into our conversation today. Joining me as usual is Dr. Adeosun, our Chief Economist at BusinessDay, and of course, Lomade Akinmurele, the editor of BusinessDay. Now, our focus today will be around the medium-term economic framework, which the government announced last week, and which also gave us a sense of what we should expect whenever the budget for 2026, the federal budget for 2026 is announced. Let's start with you, Lomade. Can you just help provide a sense of what the framework lays out for Nigerians?
Okay, great. So for 2026, the projected expenditure is about 54 trillion naira. 12 trillion of that is supposed to go to capital expenditure, and about 32 trillion recurrent expenditure. What is interesting is that debt service is actually the largest line item, 15.9 trillion. So that's huge. But, you know, most of the people that we've spoken to about just what they think about the budget, they say that it's very much realistic, unlike previous budgets where we've had significant revenue overestimations. In this case, I think the revenue projection is 34 trillion naira, which is within something that the country can achieve, especially given that next year would also see the implementation of tax reforms are supposed to also boost government revenue. If you look at the data, you'd also find that non-oil revenue is expected to rake in more cash than oil revenue. I think that's been the trend in the last 2 years now. Nigeria is increasingly diversifying its revenue base and reducing that over-reliance on oil revenue. Another thing that stands out in the budget is the oil price projection, $64. $64.8, which is good. So that's only for the budget, but they expect that it could go as high as $70, but they don't want a situation where the numbers don't add up at the end of the day. So they went with a more conservative estimate of $64 and 1.8 million barrels a day production. I think in 2025 budget, it was 2.1 million barrels per day. So there's a decline there in terms of what we expect to produce, oil that we expect to produce in 2026. So overall, I'll just say that it's a very achievable budget. Some might even argue that it's not as ambitious as you would like, but in terms of the estimates in there, I think it's pretty much feasible. Let me also throw in that the exchange rates projection is 1,512. That's compared to 1,500 in 2005. I think the worry here is that, going into a year that this is 2026 is the year before the elections, they might maybe foresee some sort of inflationary pressure that might end up pushing the exchange rate, and that's why we have that review upwards. So yeah, essentially, I think it's a good budget that looks very much achievable.
Thank you. Dr. Adeosun, it's not for nothing that you have a doctorate in economics. Can you further break this down for us? What does it mean?
So a few things to add to what my colleague has said. I'd like to emphasize the fact that we are going to have a deficit of about 20.1 trillion naira, which is about 3.6% of GDP. So apparently, debt service alone is projected to be 15.3 trillion, which is very, very significant. So just to put it out there, now that was for like every 100 naira the federal government expects to earn in 2026, for example, almost half will go into debt service. So which means we are paying for our past.
Because revenues are about 30-something trillion, and debt servicing is about 15 trillion. So it's about 50%.
Yeah.
Also importantly, the NTF, like Lalari has alluded to, is really realistic. Oil price assumptions are cautious, which is good. The deficit to GDP ratio is also lower than in recent years, and I think this is a step in the right direction.
Fantastic. I mean, let's begin to take them one by one. We talked about a total budget outlay of 54 trillion.
54.3.
And Lolade said some people are the view that it's not even as ambitious enough. And if you slice that, a chunk of it is going to recurrent expenditure and debt servicing.
Yeah, 55%.
And only paltry 12 trillion thereabout is going for capital expenditure. So I get a sense that this might not be enough, but then there is also a need to cut our coat according to our cloth and be more realistic in budgeting. The bit about foreign exchange rate for the budget, I'm not exactly sure what signal it sends. I have been thinking about it since Friday. And I said to myself, maybe the government does not want to take the lead in what is easily the central bank purview by pretending that it knows what the rate will be next year, or does not want to be the one sending a signal about exchange rate. That could be one. The other one could be that the government is creating more room for naira at its disposal by using such an exchange rate to convert the foreign exchange that it will earn.
Yeah.
I guess the jury will be out until we see what the central bank will do. We have exchange rate today at about less than 1,500, about 1,450.
Yeah.
Some people say that even at that level, the naira is still undervalued. But again, as I said earlier, we would see what happens in the course of the. One thing that I'd like to pose to the two of you, just looking at the size of the budget in naira terms, if you were to convert this in dollars, what does it say in terms of the budget for the federal government of the country of Nigeria, the size that we are? What does it say if we were to convert $54 trillion naira into dollars, and how does that compare with, say, the South African, the Egyptian, the Moroccan budget, for instance? Who wants to go first?
Okay, I think it's still little in dollar terms. It's about $40 billion. That's not, if you look at what the South African budget was for 2025, it was close to 100 billion. So, yes. So the Nigerian government is still punching well below its weight. And that's why people think that it's important that the government really starts to act like its budget and stay out of business and allow the private sector really drive the economy, because the federal government's budget is too small to really make a significant impact on economic growth. But I think that one area where Nigeria still has a lot to do, I mean, I was, for instance, listening to Dr. Olisa Bakuba the other day, and he was talking about how Nigeria should be aiming to have budgets of 500 trillion naira, but the point he was trying to make is
that's a good wish.
Yeah, it is. But the point he was trying to make anyway is that there are a lot of low-hanging fruit in terms of revenue generation that we're not taking advantage of. He talked about real estate, the debt capital that's just trapped in real estate that the government is not really looking at, and that there are so many projects. We have huge infrastructure deficits. Which different estimates will put at about $1 billion per annum for the next 30 years to just bridge that infrastructure deficit. So, and how much are we doing in terms of just, even if the government doesn't have to spend all of the money required to bridge the infrastructure deficit, I mean, PPPs, public-private partnerships, could be explored, but some people feel like the government has to take the lead by just trying to de-risk those infrastructure projects by first putting their money where their mouth is, things like that. So there are quite a lot of low-hanging fruits for the Nigerian government to really exploit, so that we start to have a budget that is really that can actually match the size of our GDP and the size of our population. 200 million people. We should be having a budget that is much bigger than what we are at today. And that's why I made the point earlier that some people feel like even though this budget is very realistic, it's not ambitious enough for a country with the type of needs that we have and the size of a population that we have. So for sure, there are many low-hanging fruits. But I think what is important now is I think there's been a transition now. We've gone from a period, I mean, the last 8 years leading up to 2023, we had consistent revenue over projections, budget that were not implementable, but we still went ahead to put out the numbers. But now we're transiting to a period where, our budgets are more realistic. I feel like the next phase from here would be to now see, okay, how do we essentially just increase the budget size so that it's able to match with peer countries in Africa, and we're able to boost spending significantly. That would also help drive growth. So that's the next phase, if you ask me.
Yeah, so what I'll add to this is that, again, we are not number 1, 2, or 3 in terms of budget size.
Yeah.
When you convert it to dollar, but we are number 1 in population. And this belief that human capital is perhaps the most strategic human capital. But beyond the numbers, we need to convert it to production and productivity. So it means that the government and relevant stakeholders, we must rely less on natural resources. Because if you check the likes of South Africa and the likes, they have improved, for example, significantly with respect to power generation, which is a corollary to industrialization, manufacturing, and the like. So we need to put on our thinking caps so that we can show up revenue. Yes, it is good we are trying to increase our tax, but beyond increasing the tax, let's also widen the tax base. How can we support SMEs? How can we support the creative industries? How can we, outside oil, we need to really state up so that we can do more. And then also, let's block leakages. Anything we can do to minimize, mitigate against corruption, we should also look at it. Then, how can we enhance our critical capital spending, for infrastructure? When you open up new roads, new waterways, new train stations, new airports, you open up the community, and then security is also very. For example, we spoke here about 30 December. Why can't we make 30 December not just a Lagos phenomenon, but more of a Nigerian? So maybe from Lagos to Calabar to Uyo to Kano to Kaduna. these are some of the things we need to exploit so that perhaps even if we can attain 500, maybe we can even aim for 250 or thereabout.
What is clear, and what I hear is, in dollar terms, when you compare Nigeria's federal spending with peers, whether it's South Africa or the others, we don't measure up at all, especially when you look at per capita.
Yeah.
When you split the $54 trillion naira by the number of by the population in Nigeria, and you compare that with say South Africa, then what you find is very, very abysmal. And I also hear that rather than be an enabler, a catalyst, it appears as if most times government is even a hindrance, holding down itself and holding down the people of Nigeria. I hear Dr. Deoshin say, if we do this better, Nigeria would have a bigger budget to spend, and certainly more power to impact the people positively. Now, but I wanted to just say that I like the view that with this budget and with the moderated size, we are being honest to ourselves.
Yeah.
For the very first time.
Yeah.
We have adopted an oil production level that is closer to what is pragmatic or possible. We have chosen a Naira exchange level that aligns with where we are today. And, you know, we have also provided well for our debt servicing. Isn't it good that we are honest to ourselves?
Yes, it is. For sure, it is. It's good. And that's why I said, I mean, for many years, we've not had this type of honesty, and that has really just chipped away at investor confidence, because people ask the question, why do you keep drawing up budgets that you know that the government is well aware that is not implementable? But one gray area anyway is that, you know, we haven't seen the 2025 implementation.
I like for us to do that after the break. We will talk about.
Yeah, but I think it's good that we're being honest. I think it's good that we're being honest with ourselves. The projections for the first time are not over ambitious. They're not. They are very realistic. If you look at what's going on in the oil market, then you know an oil price projection of $64 in 2026 is not bad.
Which is about where the global market is
currently. If you look at the production as well, 1.8 million barrels. That's what we're currently doing.
And that will include condensate.
Yeah. So it's not bad. The exchange rate as well, 1,005. In fact, some people will feel, like you said earlier, that people have the view that the naira is undervalued. Some people would even feel like, you should be around 1,002 by 2026. But you know, they've gone with that very conservative estimate of 1,512. We should have no issues achieving that next year. So it's a very realistic budget, if you ask me, and kudos to the budget office.
Thank you, Dr. Adeosun. One or two comments, and then we would go on break.
So again, increasingly, at least from an economic perspective, has also been led by the central bank. This increasing returns to orthodoxy. We've seen this in the last 2 years, and I'm sure this is one of the reasons why this medium-term framework also follows suit. I think the more honest we are with ourselves, the better for us, so that we will see the gaps and we also roll off our sleeves, and then we do the work. Okay. If we are honest, but we are still poor, it's good, but we now need to become rich so that we can take care of our citizens.
I agree. And there's one line item in that budget, privatization proceeds. We've been hammering on this for years. It has gone from 312 billion that was budgeted in 2025 to 186 billion.
So the ambition is just going down.
Yeah. So that's another area where, you know, there's definitely a lot could be done. You know, there's an advantage there in terms of just raising that up. If we're really serious about just pulling in more resources, more capital, so that the budget is implementable, because that deficit you spoke about is huge. 15.9 trillion debt service. Yes, I mean, it's legacy debts that we're servicing, but that's huge. That's the single largest expenditure item for us in 2026, just repaying creditors. You know, a country doesn't develop fast enough when you're
with such a heavy budget.
committing almost 50% of the revenue you are expecting, just repaying creditors.
We're able to clear off the debt.
Exactly.
All right, we will come back to this matter of the debt as we once we get back from break. But viewers, thank you for joining us. We would go on a short break, but please don't go away. We'll be right back.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
For today, the 8th of December. Now, before we went on break, we were looking at the Nigeria's medium-term economic framework, the provisions and especially the signals for the 2026 budget. And we left just wondering how a nation can get out of poverty when it is spending 50% of the federally collected revenues on debt servicing. So, gentlemen, the pain is not just that we're spending 50% of revenues on debt servicing. It is the fact that we don't know what they did with the debt, and surely the debt is not contributing to generating revenues to pay back the money.
Yeah.
So the situation,
it's a double whammy.
Yes. On one hand, the debt to GDP ratio looks very low compared to our peers globally. However, on the other hand, which is also very important, the debt service to revenue ratio is very huge. And then now go to the point that what exactly are we doing with debt? Can we see commensurate value?
So we are not against borrowing. We're only saying that we should be efficient and productive with what we borrow for.
Exactly.
We shouldn't borrow for consumption.
Exactly.
As Buhari did, borrowing to pay petrol subsidy.
Exactly. If you're borrowing to significantly boost power generation, then fantastic. Or to build rail that is actually, bankable, rail that can pay itself. I mean, pay for itself, not just rails to nowhere, but rails that really connect economic centers, that can encourage freight
But you know what I mean? I mentioned Buhari, but the current president cannot be allowed to escape for blame. I mean, when Jonathan wanted to take away petrol subsidy, he led the protest to stop the removal of petrol subsidy, and today he's taking the victory lap for succeeding in taking out. So the mess we see today is not just about 2025 or 2024. It is an accumulation of wrong decisions made over the years, and how the elite allowed itself to be deceived and is deceiving everybody, pushing for a petrol subsidy and other such scandalous policies. So I think that we all must take our own share of the blame, whether the elite, whether journalists. Most newspapers in Nigeria canvassed the sustenance of petrol subsidy. I think BusinessDay was the only newspaper that stood out in calling a petrol subsidy for what it is: a scandalous spending by an irresponsible government. But let's come back to 2026 budget and the medium time economic framework. We don't have numbers, as Lorade has said, for budget performance for 2025. But the numbers we have is Nigerians are saying we are in trouble still. With all the fat budgets, our lives have not been positively impacted. So what does it matter? Fat budget or small budget? It doesn't matter. People are crying.
It doesn't matter. If you're not implementing the budget. And the part of the budget that really impacts on the people and drives economic growth is mostly the capital expenditure. It's not to say that the current expenditure don't matter. I mean, you pay salaries, you give people purchasing power, they go to the market, they buy goods, and that translates into economic growth as well. But the capital proponent of the budget is really what stimulates economic growth. From what we have heard, even though the budget office has not published the implementation report for 2025, we hear that the capital project implementation for 2025 is around 8%. That's abysmally low. That's abysmally low.
Have we ever been that low in Nigeria?
No, at this time of the year.
And is
it's already the final month of the year. So I mean, typically we've struggled to fully implement our capital budget, but it's never been as bad as 8%. And in those previous years where you had data, the budget implementation reports, for instance, that just showed you how much.
And how regularly is the budget implementation report released?
Every quarter. I mean,
we haven't had any.
We've not had any for more than a year now. The last one was Q3 2024. Wow. Typically, it's released every quarter, and it just shows you how
somebody's sleeping on his duties.
Yes, and it's a real big problem.
Or is it a deliberate?
Well, I wouldn't know, but it's really curious because, like I was saying, in the past, whenever we struggle to fully implement the capital budget, it's because we have gone ahead to make revenue projections that are not realistic. And then we don't want to borrow much more. So in order to manage the budget deficit, you end up only being able to implement the recurrent expenditure, which you can't really tinker with. You've got to pay your creditors, you've got to pay staff salaries. But the capital budget is usually the one that takes the hit, and it's not really fully implemented.
That's more catalytical in terms of its impact on the people.
Precisely. But
assuming you were paying contractors and you were building roads, for instance, food sellers around the road will be having a good
precisely. But if you look at the revenue projection for the 2025 budget, it's less than 25 trillion naira. So I'm wondering why should we have a case where capital budget implementation is below 10%? And this is coming off the back of the reforms that we have seen, the petrol subsidy removal, which has led to extra cash for the government, the Naira the liberalization of the foreign exchange market, which has led to the weakening of the naira. So it's quite curious. And the only way that we can get the answers to the myriad of questions that we have about what's really happening with the 2025 budget is for the budget office to just go ahead and publish that data.
As a newspaper, are we asking the government the right questions? Are we pushing?
Yeah, of course we are.
Compelling them to...
Yes. We've been doing articles on that for the most part of last week. We did quite a number of articles.
And for all that journalists...
Missing budget. Even Dr. Adeosun did a very provocative piece on Nigeria's missing budget.
Do people understand how poorly government is doing in this regard?
Maybe not enough. Maybe we still have to do more, for sure, to just bring to the fore the recklessness of this government by not...
That should be on the front burner.
Yeah.
Sadly, security and insecurity
is
crowding out.
I don't have a problem talking about insecurity, but we can talk about more than one thing at the same time.
Yeah. But I think what he's saying is that insecurity tends to now dominate the headlines for many newspapers. That's what's top of mind for a lot of people, kidnappings here and there. Nobody has time to say what's happening with the 2025 budget. Where's the 2026 budget?
Yeah, but in truth, Lord, most Nigerian journalists don't even understand this. They wait for the budget to be announced, and then they wait for the government to say whatever it says, and then they wait for the next budget, and then they wait for the next budget, and then they wait for the next budget. Not many people have the understanding that I think Business Day should have, that a budget is nothing if it is not implemented.
Yeah.
Execution is king, really.
Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, it's just another piece of paper.
Now, we don't have data, so what we can say is that capital expenditure side of the budget has not been properly implemented.
Yeah.
And in fact, what we hear is that implementation is around 5 to 8%, which, as we say, is abysmal. But there should be other things around the budget for which government should account, and for which we have no data.
Just to also quickly chime in here.
Please.
So remember that it was all over the news just this last week. Contractors.
Yeah.
Ministry of Finance.
Yes.
I think those are subtle cues because these contractors allegedly are contractors who have finished doing the work.
And these are Nigerians who have staffs to pay, who have families to care for. They have taken loans, and they have to pay.
Perhaps maybe that's why we even went on the to borrow to get an extra Eurobond.
Okay, so if we got some money from the Eurobond issuance, the only way it's reflected so far is in the foreign reserves. Yeah. But I'm not sure that was the reason why we did it.
Of course not.
So why is it not passing through in naira terms?
Yeah. I wonder why, because if we've got this situation of unpaid contractors, it's a real mess. I imagine that there are quite a number of them that will not even start the work at all if they've not gotten paid. And that's why the capital budget is at a very low level of implementation. But yes, you would expect that part of the process for that Eurobond will go into funding the 2025 budget.
Has this anything to do with the timing of our borrowing? Are we borrowing at the appropriate time? If the Eurobond issuance was for 2025 budget support, shouldn't that have happened in the first quarter?
Yeah, but
how do you borrow at the end of the year? Yes, of the year.
But
and expect to make impact.
Yeah. So the thing is, there are quite a number of factors that you have to consider when you're going to meet foreign investors, to borrow cash.
Yeah, we could have issued naira bonds very quickly.
Maybe we could have done that. Yeah, maybe we could have done that. But there's usually a portion that is being the portion of the deficit that's supposed to be funded by domestic borrowing, and there's also a portion that should be funded by external borrowing. So I think so far, if you look at the DMO's calendar, the domestic component has been completed already, and we're still in the last month of the year. But the external came late because I think they were just waiting for the right time in terms of pricing.
Yeah, but would we not have been able to issue naira bond as just to close the gap? And when the bond Eurobond has come,
that would have been a creative way to that would have been a creative way to deal with it.
It's just the right people paying the right attention.
That's the point. For a government that is on top of its duty, that should be it. I mean, it's like a private company that imports raw material, and then the raw material is not coming it will quickly look for some ways to get that
contingency plans,
so that its plans are not shut down.
Yeah.
So clearly, we need to get our government, people in government, and they're the ones who we're talking about the recurrent expenditure. They get their salaries anyway.
Yeah. So
whether they work or whether they don't work, they get their
Precisely.
salaries. What a pity. Yeah. Anyway, let's look at how do we avert these crises next year, 2026. Given that 2026 is very important, is the year leading up to the elections. Is a year that will be defined again by fight against insecurity. Is a year that Nigerians just they have this almost their pain. There's no limit to it, but they must hope that next year, just the fact that the government will come seeking votes next year, the government will be diligent in ameliorating their pain. And helping them. But how, using the budget tool and implementation, how do you ensure that our outcomes in 2026 are exceedingly better than the outcomes for 2025?
So let me start by saying that I know sometimes you don't like to say this, but I think the National Assembly needs to do better.
Do we have one?
With respect to oversight functions. Again, having 2-3 years budget.
The debate is around Natasha and Akpabio. The debate is around whether Akpabio should be there or whether it should be nice to Tinubu.
The main reasons why they are there to hold the executive accountable.
Do they know?
So as we meet there, that's one of the reasons why we will keep shouting and reaching out.
This particular National Assembly has been the worst in history.
There seems to be too extra paying attention to
non-issues.
Non-issues. Look at the way they handled, for example, the new defense minister. By now, this is the kind of attention we should be giving to the budget, especially execution and so on and so forth. It's critical.
They're not asking the right questions. I mean, like you rightly said, this overlapping budget, I won't be surprised if the 2025 budget is carried on to 2026, because if we're raising a Eurobond at the last,
There was a comment that I saw that it took the Congress in the US to hold sitting on insecurity in Nigeria before our own National Assembly.
Discussing about it.
What a shame.
And then they collect their money.
Yeah,
they are part of the recurrent expenditure that is
yes. That's one of the best paid lawmakers in the world.
Up to 100%.
Yeah, that's one of the best paid lawmakers in the world.
All right, it's good to talk about the National Assembly failing the people, but the executive as well must lead by example. So, what should the executive do better next year?
I think for my part, I'll say that, like we said, I mean, it's clear the impact that the capital budget can have on the economy and on the people in terms of just delivering on big projects and all of that. I think there needs to be more attention paid to that. That needs to be implemented diligently, judiciously, just ensuring that we, for the first time, hit at least high 90s.
In budget implementation?
Yeah, capital, especially the capital proponent. But the truth is, I mean, the recurrent is not flexible. You have to meet that anyway. So yes, if you can attain 90% of the capital expenditure, is as good as saying the entire budget has been implemented by that same margin. So it's something that the government should really focus on because this government has been quite unpopular in terms of the type of reforms that it has pushed through. Even though we agree that these reforms are important, but the kind of hardship that it has created, just makes it quite unpopular with the people. And next year is also going to be the year where we'll have the tax reforms implemented. Some people will start paying more taxes. So it's important that people get real value, for the taxes they are paying, and then they also get some sort of succor after such a very difficult 2024 and 2025 in terms of the impact of the reforms for subsidy removal and the naira depreciation. So the capital proponent needs to be fully implemented, if you ask me, for us to have that significant impact on economic growth. Because if you enter a cycle of high economic growth, then it means that you have more private sector investments, you have better job creation, and that goes a long way in terms of just reducing unemployment, reducing poverty, which is sky high these days in Nigeria. The chances that if you have a job, you'll be better able to fight poverty is pretty high. So that needs to be the focus, just ensuring that we implement the major part of the capital expenditure plan and ensure that we give back. The reforms are more or less, if you like, they've taken out of the pockets of Nigerians. Just find ways to ensure that we invest in critical sectors that ensures that we give back to people, we create jobs, and then poverty can then take a decline.
Okay, Chief Economist, as we round up on this matter, can you help us define what will success be like next year for you, considering budget 2026? What will be the definitions of success? How can we say this is it, we have succeeded or we have failed?
I think we need to strengthen our accountability mechanism, for lack of a better expression. For example, can we have a monthly media chat with the Minister of Finance where we can put him on the spot, ask critical questions like this?
Even
yeah,
and another way is, if we don't do this, the National Assembly should do it.
Exactly.
Because some of the things that are panning out now, they are not new. People have checkmated it in the first quarter, in the second quarter, like the performance of the budget.
Okay, fine. So number one, accountability should be improved. Number two,
very critical. That accountability seems to be like the biggest missing link in our opinion right now.
We've said earlier that implementing the capital budget as well would count for success.
So the level of capital budget implementation, what for you is success in that regard?
So that's one.
What level? 90%, 80%, whatever?
100%.
100%.
It's too small. I mean, if you look at it, like we said, it's just 12 trillion naira.
Okay.
For a country with our population size, it's small. We should be aiming to achieve 100% and even have perhaps a supplementary capital budget. So that's what I'll say.
Should we get better in borrowing, better timing, more project-tied borrowing than this
that's a
probably boss kind of borrowing that Nigeria has been engaged in.
That's a very good point. I think we should also try to find.
We should demand that government does not borrow unless it says what it's going to do with it.
Yeah.
And that
project-tied borrowing.
It should be project-tied.
Yeah, project-tied borrowing. That's what most countries do.
The media should do it. The National Assembly should do it as well. And just say to government, you know that we have overborrowed already.
Exactly.
Not in terms of GDP, but in terms of revenue ratios.
Yeah.
Okay. So better accountability, better borrowing schedule, a higher 100% execution of capital budget.
Yeah.
Number 4.
How to add, very importantly,
please,
revenue diversification.
Revenue diversification.
Oil exploitation should continue very aggressively. We need to shore up our revenue base, because it's lack of revenue that push us to borrowing.
Wow. 4 key things.
I think I'd like to add one more.
Please.
I think if we're able to also achieve the very conservative target we've set for privatization proceeds, that's also another way of diversifying revenue, and that would also provide room for us to cut back on borrowing. Because for instance, what is in the budget is about 180 billion
in terms of proceeds. What do you expect?
Yes.
But they have not told us yet what
exactly is. You haven't told us, so we need more transparency in that area. But if they are able to achieve that and even surpass it, then it means that they might have to borrow. They might not need to borrow as precisely.
Okay, so what am I hearing? We have examined the medium-term economic framework for Nigeria that was announced by the federal government last week. We've looked at the numbers it contained for budget 2026. But we've also said that there is a significant displeasure over the lack of transparency of the implementation of 2025 budget. And the last time we got a budget implementation report was in third quarter of 2024. That's truly unfair. But the year is running out, and we must move ahead. And so we have focused at the end on just looking at what success will mean for 2026. We said, for instance, there has to be more transparency, which means that more transparency and accountability. Government should accept that it has to be accountable to the people. There should be a monthly numbers provided for budget implementation, where the finance minister will meet with media people, and hope media people will know what they are talking about, and they will ask questions about budget implementation. We have talked also about the level of capital project, capital spending implementation. Our view is that it should not be 5% as we hear for 2025. We should be talking about something like 95, 100% because of its catalytic impact on Nigerians. We've talked about a better timing of borrowing and a good mix of foreign and local borrowing. I'm sorry, you are hearing me say that we should time our borrowing better. And I'm not saying that we should forget borrowing. The truth is that we cannot afford to do that. Nigeria will borrow next year, I can swear. So it's better for us to borrow better. We said borrowing should be project tied. Government should not just be borrowing for any reason. Borrowing tied to project means that at least the projects will be able to generate the resources to pay back, so that our revenue to debt ratios are better. But most importantly, we are not putting an impossible obligation on the generations yet unborn. And I think there was just one more thing we used to define as success next year. But that's as much as we can do today. This has been Business Week, and I hope you have enjoyed our offering today. We'll be here again on Monday with a fresh edition of Business Week. But before we go, let me thank Lolade and, of course, Dr. Adeosun, who have joined me here in the studios. See you next week.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it, People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution, providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
You are watching Business Day Television. You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning, we turn our focus to a critical fault line at the center of Nigeria's security crisis, the absence of a coherent, effective social protection system, and how that void continues to fuel crime and instability across the country. As economic hardship intensifies and millions of Nigerians grapple with uncertain livelihoods, the pressure on households is mounting in communities where opportunities are scarce and government system support is weak or inconsistent. Vulnerability deepens, and with it, the risk of people being pulled into harmful or illegal activities. Experts say a stronger social protection framework across health, education, employment, and food security could ease these pressures and help millions of young Nigerians find more productive pathways. So what kind of policies should government be designing, and how can better social protection strengthen national security? Well, to unpack this morning, joining me is Gbenga Komolafe. He's a leading voice on social policy and governance. Welcome to the big story.
Thank you. Good morning.
It's very good to have you this morning, Mr. Gbenga Komolafe. To start us off, how would you define the link between Nigeria's rising insecurity and absence of a strong, well-structured social protection system?
Well, it's a truism that a strong social protection system that protects citizens against shocks and social risk is perhaps the most effective way to prevent violent crime and incidents like wars, insurgencies, banditry, and all of that seems to be very rife in Nigeria today. The truth is that Nigeria parades a broken social system. The educational system itself has been seriously flawed with workers in the sector always going on strike to protest underfunding, underpayment, while the sector has been subjected to intense brain drain. Same thing for the health sector. And for working people in the informal economy, and we all know that in Nigeria, the informal economy constitutes over 93% of the active working population, according to the latest statistics from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, NBS, which means that over 9 out of 10 Nigerians in the working age cohort lack social protection coverage. That means that they grow old without any form of pension system or old age care and support system. It also means that pregnant women in the informal sector cannot afford to seek Medicare, and so Nigeria parades one of the highest percentage of maternal deaths in the whole world, even by African standards. Nigerians' figures are frightening. Same thing goes for child and infant mortality, one of the highest, even by African standards. So the situation is so grave that people who sustain injuries at work or in any other way are left virtually on their own. We have systems that are supposed to take care of these things, but they exclude these working people in the informal economy. In certain parts of the country, we are witness to the fact that a lot of school-age children are actually on the streets. They are born on the streets, they grow up on the streets, they are socialized on the streets. And it's not an accident that those parts of the country also parade the worst forms of insecurity, banditry, kidnapping, and so on. So the nexus is very clear. Where social systems are broken, where working people lack social safety nets to protect against social risk and hazards, and then of course we're going to have intense desperation. And of course, the more people you have in desperation, the more likelihood that more people will resort to crime just to survive. The statistics worldwide shows that The countries with the most advanced social security systems are also the most secure. As a matter of fact, countries like Sweden, Denmark, Switzerland have been reported to close down their prisons because of the extremely low crime rates. And these countries also parade the most advanced social security system in the world. So the nexus is very clear between social protection systems and violent crime. That where we lack effective, efficient social protection coverage for the vulnerable populations, we also tend to have violent crime.
And I think the next question I'd ask you very quickly is, how is this pressure, how does this really affect, the vulnerable people, we're talking about the youth, the women, and all of that. How do these pressures, how does it impact them?
Yeah, interestingly, we just concluded the national dialogue on extending social protection to the informal economy in Abuja last week. It was hosted by the Federal Ministry of Labor. And of course, it was supported by International Labour Organization, the UNICEF, European Union, and so on. And these issues came out very clearly. There are supposed to be 9 social risks that human beings are supposed to be likely to be susceptible to in a lifetime, from cradle to the grave. A child could become an orphan by losing his or her parents. That child should be protected by society, by the states. And that's why countries like South Africa, what they call child care grants, child protection programs, to make sure that such people are not left to grow on the streets, properly taken care of, are able to access education, and so on and so forth. We don't have that in Nigeria. And that definitely is one of the reasons why we have very high crime rates in certain parts of the country, where we have very high incidents of street children. Then we can talk about women. We said it before, Nigeria carries one of the highest maternal mortality rates, because working women in the informal economy most often don't go to the hospital, except when the situation gets desperate, and usually it's too late by the time they eventually get to the hospital. They don't go for antenatal, postnatal care, and this accounts for that high rate of maternal mortality. So the effect of an healthcare system, a universal health coverage that effectively encourages women to seek healthcare, is telling in the number of women that are lost to avoidable deaths every year. For young people, the standard, according to Article 23 and 25 of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, is that when you are unemployed, you must be entitled to some support, to state support. We call it unemployment benefits. Then if you are going for training, vocational training, and so on and so forth, you should also be able to be eligible to some sort of support to encourage you to concentrate in your work, and so on and so forth. In the informal sector, which employs over 90% of the working population, we have high incidence of occupational hazards, occupational health and safety hazards. Welders going blind because they don't use protective goggles. A lot of studies have shown that a lot of welders are going blind because using this basic protective gadget is not part of the traditional apprenticeship system. So they don't understand it. So there's a training gap, which the state very cheaply can cover and ensure that people actually use these things. The women frying gari in the village go blind because the smoke goes right into the eyes. And over time, the eyes get, the eyes suffer for it, and sometimes the women go blind. We can't go on and on. Barbers, hairdressers, they have to use chemicals with bare hands and so on and so forth, also suffer a lot of hazards. Tailors who have to sit down for very long hours suffer musculoskeletal problems. Spray painters and mechanics who do not know about wearing overalls and are making use of basic personal protection equipments at risk of blood cancer, because that's paint, that car paint, when it goes into your bone marrow in the process of spraying, actually causes leukemia. So we can go on and on. So the absence of a coherent system of protection, education, and standard enforcement in the informal economy means millions of people avoidably exposed to terrible risk, which threatens life and without amelioration. And of course, there's a law called Employee Compensation Act, which is supposed to compensate workers who suffer accidents in the course of work, but doesn't apply to informal sector. We can talk about impact of climate change. Climate change has also terribly impacted on people working in the informal economy, because most of them work under the direct sunlight. We all know the weather, the climate has gone much hotter. In other parts of the world, governments are taking measures to protect this category of people who are exposed to inclement weather. But here, nothing's happening. And that's apart from the more obvious consequence of climate change, which means the northern parts of the country is getting drier, and so there's pressure to move southwards, which of course also fuel the well-known farmer herder clashes, and so on and so forth.
I have to cut in here very quickly, real quick. In your view, can you just let us know which of the sectors, whether education, health, labor, agriculture, which of these sectors do you think that the government must prioritize if the goal is to reduce the pressure that keeps pushing people towards this criminal behavior?
Yeah, I think the most important areas that we can score quick wins in the areas of health, for instance. There is the National Health Insurance Act that provides for a first-line charge from the budget. So over time, billions, hundreds of billions have been accumulated. The purpose of that fund is to provide free health care for vulnerable populations, old people, children, pregnant women, and the disabled. But the Act also provides for state government to complement federal funding for health coverage for these cohorts. And but unfortunately, most state governments are not ready to part fund. They are not accessing these funds. So the women continue to die. People continue to suffer unnecessarily. And that's one area of quick win that we think the state governments put their act together, make the funding available, can actually provide free health coverage, universal health coverage for these vulnerable cohorts of the population. Then young people, a lot of programs have been announced over time, but the effect has been tokenistic because the coverage has been extremely limited. There needs to be more coherent response to the crisis young people are faced with. There are no jobs in the modern formal sectors of the economy. People have to cope with it. Young people have to find something to do in the formal economy, no matter their level of education. Young people need more direct support for training, for retraining, and also for setting up. We've had to clamor for setup of what we call work clusters. Simple work clusters can be set up to accommodate people, not only to train, but also to work together. It allows economies of scale. Their services can be more easily accessed, and cost of production can be drastically reduced. And for people generally working in the informal economy, we have made we've had to cry out that the health insurance scheme should be participatory. Government should part fund it. And more importantly, the pension system. There's a pension system that's supposed to cover informal sector. It says you can contribute anything you like to the pension fund. We feel that's not good enough. We believe that government should part fund informal sector contribution into the pension fund so that it can encourage participation, can incentivize people to participate, and more importantly, it can obviate, it can reduce the impact of inflation on those savings. So I need my money, inflation will not reduce to virtually nothing. If government part funds it, it means the rate of accumulation will be speedier. And at the end of the day, I will have something reasonable to fall back on at old age. So these are some of the areas we think government with very low investment of funds can achieve much more rapid results. Informal workers are not beggars, they work. And so the contributory schemes should generally apply to them, including even housing. Housing has become a crisis because a lot of people cannot afford decent housing. Government must, in accordance with our constitution, section 16(2)(d), actually provides for this thing, that government has a duty, the state has a duty to ensure that people have adequate shelter and other basic means of life and survival. So if government pays more attention to this aspect of our law as well as other international standards, which were well amplified in the national dialogue I earlier referred to, I'm sure we'll make rapid progress towards ameliorating social risk hazards and unnecessary suffering and desperation. And definitely, this will impact on the general security architecture, because when people are less desperate, when people do not have to agonize over where the next meal will come for their children, there tends to be much less crime. Yeah.
About policy framework in itself, what kind of cross-sector policy framework should Nigeria adopt to ensure that social protection actually evolves from short-term intervention to something that's more long-term in terms of national security strategies?
Great question. We have a social protection policy, which I understand is undergoing a review process right now. The national dialogue we had last week, hopefully we also feed directly into the review process. What we have had before now in the national social protection policy has been very heavy on handouts, conditional cash transfer for all manner of purposes. We've had money, we've had market money, ostensibly targeting market women. But if you ask the average random market woman, will tell you she doesn't know what we are talking about. But I do know university lecturer women that have been receiving that receive that money, So what we have had before has not worked. We have school feeding program. Of course, the coverage was dismally low. That happened in a few states and covered few number of children. I think it's much more useful to focus on labor market interventions. It's easy to capture people working and capture and incorporate them into the social security, social protection systems. It's easy to say, okay, we want all welders to be part of a training program that will equip them to do their work in a much safer way. It's easier to say, okay, we want to target waste pickers, people who pick waste. They are performing even though we tend to look down upon on them, but they are performing extremely important service to society. It's easy to target them, document them, and also ensure that these people use they wear basic protective clothing, they have basic health insurance, and so on and so forth. It's easy to say, okay, the micro pension, which is supposed to take care of informal sector old age pension needs, will be part funded by government. And it's easy to ask people to come forward for documentation, to participate in a program that will ensure that they save, while government also part fund their savings towards old age care and support. It's easy to say, okay, health insurance. If you are ready to pay 50% of your health insurance cost, government will provide the rest 50%. You know, these are interventions that are much more easily verifiable. Unlike the conditional cash transfers we have had, that tends to be extremely opaque. We don't know who receives what. We don't know how many people actually receive what money. It has been played with extreme corruption, and you know, and so on and so forth. We think interventions that are actually directed at people doing their work, struggling to survive, getting the support they need, will boost productivity, will help them to actually contribute more to the economy, because they'll be able to produce more. When you are healthy, you are able to work better. When you have access to simple technologies to do your work, you produce more. So everybody is better for it. The economy is better for it. The capacity to pay taxes also increases, even for the informal worker, and so on and so forth. So we advocate that workplace interventions, labor market interventions that target working people, provide necessary support for them, ensure adequate social protection for the hazards and risks that they face, will go a long way to ameliorate the unacceptable level of poverty we have in this country, and you know, obviate desperate situation people also have to live with, which of course force some some people into violent crime. So this is what we advocate. The national dialogue, interestingly, is also focused at that level of intervention, to see how people working in the informal economy can actually become part of social protection systems, and also why new system perhaps need to be created to take care of occupational health and safety issues, as well as basic survival issues that are prevalent in the informal economy.
Right, and now that we've spoken real good about, you know, the policy framework itself, let's now talk about financing, which we see that continues to be, you know, our major stumbling block. How can the government actually sustainably fund the social protection programs without placing additional strain on the economy?
Yeah, interestingly, in the Abuja program we had last week, there was a presentation by Professor Salamatu on how the pension system for informal sector could be funded. She demonstrated that you need some 0.7% of the budget. Taking 2025 budget as a point of departure, she was able to demonstrate with that about 0.7% of the 2025 budget will have funded pension savings for informal workers, at least for the year. So, which means that just a fraction of commitment of public research to some of this program would take care of what we are talking about. Then I already talked about it. There is already provision for funding social insurance, social health insurance for old people, for pregnant women, for the disabled and children. It's already there. Trillions have been accumulated over the years under the National Health Insurance Act. But the money is not being drawn by state governments. The political will is not there. And that's the most important element of social protection provision. There must be strong political will. You know, people have also lamented about data. There's no data. When we tell them there's enormous amount of data, a lot of people have been captured under NIN, under BVN. A lot of people have been captured under the social register implemented by the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. The Lagos State government is capturing people under LASTRA. Over 7 million Lagosians have been captured on that. So we have data. We only need to integrate this data from different arms of government and mine what we need to implement, to do what has to be done. We can't wait until we have perfect data. There's no perfect data anywhere in the world. The data continues to improve as we move along. We have enough to start with. So the funding is there, but the political will is definitely not there to make sure that these services are provided. Lastly, trillions are already being committed to what they call social investment fund, SIF, since the Buhari days, President Muhammadu Buhari days. Vice President Osinbajo used to preside over it. Later, it came under the purview of the Humanitarian Affairs Ministry. Trillions were committed to all manner of social intervention programs. We believe that most of those monies were wasted. We believe that a fraction of that money can be redirected to focused interventions in the informal economy with more verifiable and feasible impact. So we believe the funding is there. What we need is to harmonize the programs, to harmonize the data, and to actually set to work. And we will achieve good coverage in no time, and we will be able to progressively reduce the level of desperation people have to live with, the hazards people have to cope with, the risk people have to endure on a daily basis. So life can be more worthwhile, and definitely crime, which is in itself a social problem, can be drastically reduced.
Right. And my last question just before you go is for us to look at some of those countries that have successfully reduced crime through their social protection reforms. What are some of the lessons that Nigeria can learn and adapt from these countries?
Well, the most advanced are the Scandinavian countries, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and so on and so forth. They have the most advanced social security systems. Education is virtually free. Health is accessible. If the government has to spend $10 to make sure you get well, they spend it. What that does to the citizen is that it makes you to become fiercely loyal to the state, because the state takes care of you. So you are in turn very loyal. Society tends to become more cohesive, socially cohesive. And of course, interestingly, in these countries, they have been closing down their prisons. You can check online. They have been closing down their prisons in recent years because there are no prisoners. So which also tends to show that people resort to crime out of desperation. And the more you are able to reduce the level of desperation among people, then of course, less and less and less number of people will resort to violent crime. So the hallmark of these countries is the fact that they have very advanced social systems that protect people. Young people do not have to suffer to go to school. Parents do not have to develop hypertension to pay school fees or to take care of their ailing parents, and so on and so forth. So these things are well taken care of. And so people tend to exude a level of well-being, and you have a level of social harmony that very valuable. So, so these are the hallmarks. Even in the most advanced capitalist country like the USA, where everything tends to be privatized, even there, you have health insurance coverage for the vulnerable, what they call the Obamacare. You have payments for those who are unemployed. They call it the dole. They call it the dole. So they paid the dole to those who are unemployed.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Gbenga Komolafe. We can't hear you anymore, but thank you so much for joining the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Thank you so much. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us. Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is social listening right here on the show where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course with me this morning is my co-host.
Well, I was going to say Onyeka Valentine, but should I just say Valentine for now?
Okay.
And leave the other name? Because what's going on in this country? Sometimes
what's wrong with Onyeka?
It's about time for us to be waiting to throw our main name when the country gets better. But just for benefit of doubt, Onyeka Valentine.
You always. Oh goodness. Okay, let's get into what everyone is talking about today. Let's start off in Yola State, where Adamawa State, yes. Yola, the capital of Adamawa, where a Nigerian law school student, Ayomiposi Ojajuni, reportedly ended his life after he was barred from sitting for the bar final examinations. Now, he had been issued multiple disciplinary queries in the past, and when the school told him he would not be allowed to write the exams that began on December 6th, he became visibly distressed. Not long after, he reportedly ingested a harmful substance and was rushed to the Modibo Adama University Teaching Hospital. But sadly, he passed away. There's also a deeper layer to his story. He lost his father during his externship and returned to school and was struggling emotionally. Instead of getting support, the school issued him multiple queries, which eventually disqualified him from writing this exam. His death has triggered a wave of conversation online about academic pressure and the lack of proper mental health support in Nigerian institutions. Let us take a look at some of the tweets on social media. But you know, when I saw the story yesterday, I knew we definitely had to take it because it's something that is a pressing issue right now. I think there's a lot of burden on young people to perform, burden that at times it's not necessarily, we often put it on social media, but sometimes it's also external, it's also internal from the home. I know growing up, or maybe back in the days in my parents' time, there's always pressure from parents for you to be successful, be a doctor, you need to come out with first class and all of that. But in this generation, maybe not as much, but there's still internal pressure, maybe not as much from parents, because now there are people that are not even graduates, there are people who are dropouts who are doing
very well,
extremely well. But we often put the pressure back to social media. But I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the foundational level, that even when the parents are not necessarily putting pressure to you like upfront as an adult, there's something that is missing from I have so I'm just going to give you a little bit of context. I have a neighbor of mine, amazing, brilliant, like if she watches this, really intelligent, she's doing amazing, she's doing a lot of things that I'm like, I've not even done, and I'm always commending her, but she puts so much pressure on herself. She's always saying, Lizzie, what do you think about this? Lizzie, I'm like, girl, you're doing a lot, and I have to give you props for it, because there are people that are not even up to your age, they're not even doing all of this, but I don't know where the pressure is coming from. But what I realize is that some of these things, which I'm always trying to like make her aware of, it comes from the background, maybe some kind of this pressure. So, and it's how you're formed. Those things don't leave. Do you get? So now this young man in question now, his father has passed. There might have been all of this pressure from the past, like you need to do well, you must come out with straight A's, you must do this, you must do that. Now coupled with the pressure of his dad passing, now you now say from nowhere, you say, I can't write the bar examination again, maybe because of just a number of factors where like maybe your grades are not it, so you can't write. And then the mental strength and the emotional strength
is put to the test.
And honestly, that's always the most important thing, because that's not the end of life. I feel so sorry for his family who's going to, because that's not the end of life. You like I was saying, there's so many. Let's look at the most prominent people that we have right now, the Mark Zuckerbergs and the likes. Let's talk about their education. Right. But they are the ones running things. So why do you put this pressure on yourself because they barred you, and then the next thing you take your life? Yes, there's been so much stress. Parents also need to know, look, if your child, look at your child's strength. If the child comes on with, and those are all those comparisons, a child comes on this and say, look at your mates, look at this thing, all those things. Right. And that's what I'm telling you about, the things that form. That even if, parents say, but I didn't tell him to do this thing. But it's the things you've been doing from when they were young, that it has now come to their mind. And then some people are just unnecessarily competitive. Right. All of these factors could have just built up to this point where you just feel like, okay, if this did not happen, you have to take your life. Why do you have to take your life?
I mean, so Elizabeth, you said it all. Again, it boils down to one thing, and this is far off from regular business, because life comes in first. But first and foremost, like Lady said, our heart goes out to the family of that young man, right? When nobody wants to, so no father or mother wants to bury their child. Yeah. And of course, every father wants his child to be better than him. And seeing that his life will be cut short, I wouldn't say by his hands, I would say by the situation surrounding him, by the state of the economy, state of, our epileptic educational system, state of everything that obviously will create a shortcoming. Unfortunately, has not cut him short. I would say all that could be responsible. But however, having said so, let's now look at it from the angle of the health we're talking about, which is important, mental health. You see, we always say, if you feel something, say something. There is nothing shameful around seeking for help. Not everybody is built with the power of resilience. Yes, people are built differently. Some other people, right, may not have the kind of mental strength that you have, Elizabeth. They might look bigger than you, They might look, talk all fashionable, but mentally, they might not be as developed as you are, which is why we always tell people, look, teachers, lecturers, those who run institutions, whether private, those who run it in secondary school, those who run in universities, private or government owned, make sure you understand that the mental well-being of your pupils, mental well-being of your students, mental well-being of those who are your classmates are very important, because you don't know what they're dealing with. We've heard this news like this a couple of times in the past, where you will hear a bank manager just drive into the lagoon, and you wonder, what is it? Is this some form of witchcraft? But all that aside, more importantly, it's not something that happens overnight. It's a build-up, like you said. Now, what does this now mean for Nigeria as a whole? It simply means that, look, those who run this country begin to ask them a big question. As much as we have, the so-called psychiatrist and every other person, can we begin to say, look, go to institutions, go to offices, just where you have HMOs. Can we have regular checkup on people? Can we have some kind of one-on-one? Because whether or not you like it, this is not unique to only students. It's not unique to only those who might work in offices. There are some government officials who might be going through this thing, but because of the stigma, what people say, if I seek for help and you are dying in silence, I might stand to be corrected, but there are some of our leaders who are suicidal, but we don't know this thing. They are there. There are some of our religious clerics who are also suicidal. The people who have gone through trauma. What about women who might be in point of leadership? But when they were little, there's some certain things that have not been dealt with. Maybe they were raped when they were little. Same thing with men now who were boys before. You see a man say, this guy is a man. Meanwhile, inside is just a boy. When you engage him in conversation, you now realize that there's some certain things that have not been unlocked. This is why I think the health sector should look at the angle of, okay, can we be able to now say, government, dispatch team of psychologists to some certain schools and have one-on-one conversations with them. Have these conversations. Do you know abroad, there's what they call the sit-down round table. You want to share, right? So there's a stigma around that in this country already. So I say, I want to say I have a problem. They say, this one don't crease. It's wrong.
No, I think that's why we need to. I'm looking at it from more of a social level now. It's nice to say the government should intervene and all of that, but I think that this is where we all now need to realize how much community is important.
Community development and engagement.
Not community development, just having a community support system and all of those things is really important. Families also need to understand the role. There's a role that family plays as an institution. Hand-holding, guidance, support is really important. But when people don't have this at home, do you understand? That's when they tend to now, look outside. And then when you look outside, maybe you're looking from the wrong sources. When you don't feel that you don't have a strong anchor from where you're coming from.
And there's something people always say. They always say a problem shares, a problem spreads. I think that's a wrong notion. Whoever came up with a problem shares, a problem spread is a wrong notion.
Is it spread or solved?
No, there is a problem shares, a problem solved. It's different. Some will not tell you, if you share your problem, we spread.
But I think this is where discernment also comes to play, although we can't be 100% correct.
That's what I'm saying.
Because when I'm saying discernment is, I'm not going to share my problems with anybody. You're going to have to look at the people you're sharing, but then you can't be 100% about it. That's the fact. But that's why
and that's what's locking people in.
And that's why we have great podcasts now, as much as podcasts are like a menace. But we have great podcasts now that are,
follow through.
Focusing on men. Shout out to all of
people. Thank you you mentioned it.
Focusing on men and all of this. The conversations that need to be had, because normally when you're talking about men and be like this, but these conversations need to be had because you people have issues that need exactly.
Sometime before we start the show.
So thank God for the platforms now. You people should go and talk. Talk. 2 hours. Talk. No problem.
I appreciate you also. Sometime before we start the show, I always engage and tell you, say, how are you feeling? I say, I still feel somehow that I lost my mom.
Yeah.
It's been a while. I always have that engagement with you. And then whenever we talk, I'll just smile and that's, why is that important? It goes to show you that, look, I might be strong and I might be talking so firmly, but we're all human beings too.
Exactly. And there's a lot that lies in
nothing. You have to be ashamed of those kind of things. Not at all. we're all made of emotions, right? And emotions, if well controlled, can develop you to become someone who become a greater leader tomorrow. But emotions, if not directed and channeled properly, can make someone become suicidal. Like in this case.
But real quick, let's see some of the reactions on social media to this unfortunate incident with Bosi. Oluwanishola says, institutions in Nigeria don't really believe in mental health support. It was only when I came to study overseas that I realized there are proper mental health support services. We still have a long way to go in that country. Jeremiah Robert says, this is heartbreaking. No academic setback should ever cost a life. The pressure on students in this system is overwhelming, and stories like this show why mental health support must be taken seriously. May is so rest peacefully, and may institutions learn that compassion is not optional. Absolutely. Stories and Convo. Lagos Convo says, I have a friend who says suicide is extremely selfish act. Yes, especially when the victim leaves behind people who are going to be so devastated by the act. Let's see any other reaction. Joseph Eyaba says, the youth need more knowledge on emotional intelligence and love. We can't keep killing ourselves no matter how bad the system is. Exactly my point. I like all the commenters and how reasonable all of the comments were from the person that says the youth need more knowledge on emotional intelligence and love. This is really important because, look, see, your life is not tied around grades or titles.
There's more to that.
Or what's it called? It's nice. It's a nice to have. But I think at the end of the day, haven't we seen lots of graduates that you are talking to them and you're like, what is this one saying? What is this person even saying? So your life is not tied to all of these things. So if you're a person that what makes you feel like you're somebody is a title,
then think
when you are stripped of that title, you are nothing. And those are the problems we have. And that's the problem we have with people. It's like, once there's no title, they start scrambling. So, like, your identity needs to be strong. I don't...
Quest for validation is the problem.
Your identity as a person needs to be strong. So many people we see out there is identity based on material things. When you strip them of it, they're nothing. Identity based on... what the society thinks, oh, I'm a doctor, I'm a doctor. I've heard someone say, like, they wanted to get I was shocked, a doctorate degree just because of that prestige. I'm like, no, you don't go about your life trying to
impress somebody else.
That's the reason. I looked at it, I was like, so the reason you go, put yourself through this hurdle, it's not for something, a greater good, to make impact, to do this. It's because when I walk in here, you say that, I'm like, no, that's it. But imagine that person tomorrow, if they say, oh, there's nothing like Dr. Do you know how less that person feels?
Jump off the bridge.
So those are the issues we're having. People need to see, this are conversations that need to be had. People need to have like a deep sense of identity. It's inner work that needs to be done. Lots of people are on the outside. This inner work, and that's why parents need to do a lot of work. Support the schools in where they can help, in the way schools can help. They need to help, because the school must. But I'm really going to go back to the home front.
The home front, most definitely,
because everything begins from there.
I will tell you, I'm glad that you mentioned this part, the home front. Recently, some group of young fellows kind of, they invited me to come speak at the secondary school, and I realized that, look, I don't want to speak to you, I want to speak with you. After the first 3 sessions, I understood that, look, these people are not, they're not actually as little as we think they are. They've got some great experiences that you will need to use as a point of call. At the end of the day, guess what? Yes, I was invited as a speaker, to come and inspire and motivate them. But they inspired and motivated me.
Yes.
I realized there was a part of me that was not fulfilled, even though I had gone through that age.
Your inner child.
Yes. So you see now, it was more or less them giving me a green light to say, no, that inner part of it that was full of joy, don't let it die, bring it forward.
Yes.
So after that period, there was a new, different part of people saying, look, yes, you're a grown man, but always find peace and joy the way little child.
And that must have felt very therapeutic for you. I can imagine how fulfilling that felt. So it was also good of you. Shout out to you too for actually showing up, because you were actually impacted. But because we have to move on, this conversation, on a final note, I'm just going to just send my thoughts and prayers to the family of this young man who passed on. But I'm going to just also say that suicide is never an option. Nothing is like, there's nothing that is so important as much as this life that you've been given. This life that you've been given, that we've all been given. We have just one thing. Once there's life, it says once there's life, there's hope.
Yes.
So that's the most important thing. Let's move on now and talk about politics, where something interesting is happening, and this one is
you want to get me talking now?
The Africa Democratic. We don't even have time, so just be reminded.
Okay.
The Africa Democratic Congress is sending a direct message to Peter Obi. The party says Obi needs to decide if he's joining their coalition or not. The spokesperson Bolaji Abdullahi said zoning the 2027 presidential ticket is not a discussion for now and shouldn't be a condition for joining. He added that while Obi is an important political figure, the coalition won't force him to come on board. The party insists that it is going fast, setting up offices across states, and wants Obi to stop delaying his decision. Now, this development comes as Nigerians continue to speculate about a possible mega opposition coalition ahead of 2027. Now, the talks of Obi, let's know, are you joining us or not? What exactly are you doing? A lot of things are happening right now, but we'll take a look at some of the conversations on social media real quick. Queen Bee says, the ADC already have Atiku, Amechi, El Rufai, and other. Why not continue without Obi? Well, if they want him by force, by fire. Prince Okmanmen says, Peter Obi is not desperate to be president. The Obedient family is only interested in working Nigeria, a fairer Nigeria that works for all and not the elite. We advise the coalition to come clean. Are you for Atiku or are you for Nigerians? Make up your mind. Do things differently. Do we have one more remark or two? Dr. Alaji Kowokwe says, as of today, Peter Obi needs ADC more than ADC needs him. Oh, well.
On the contrary.
Wiz Paul says, Peter Obi should stay away from ADC. They're just playing PDP and APC games. And I don't think anyone will beat Tinubu as a sitting president with that type of politics. Your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts kind of diggle here and there, but I would say that today is I'm still on the fence, which obviously is our position in this matter. Which is this? Why come now, cap in hand, looking for a particular void? Yes, looking for a particular void to to fill. So I mean, every political party and political gathering needs some certain areas to be filled up, so that way they can be able to come and say they're complete. The angle of someone who is an action delivering person, someone who can follow through with a particular way of gathering people together, another person who has that level of, humanitarian approach. And so maybe the void for humanitarian approach, or the void from the angle where it can easily be liked, that area is now void. So they're trying to, let's get him and put him there. Look, let's call a spade a spade. And I said it before, political party is just a political party. It is those who you have in the party that actually does matter. But in this case, I think, for what it's worth, can we begin to go back to who we really are when it comes to, as a country? Can we just maintain the fact that we are a multi-party system? And Peter Obi also, can we also look at him saying, look, I start my foot in a particular place. This is where I am. I don't really know what's going on with Labour Party, how they've all now become something else, If the plan is to unseat the ruling party come 2027, okay, we need to have people to be far more strategic in making decisions and not make decisions based on sentiment. If it's the man for the job, you as a party, lay out the areas where you believe that this person is competent. Don't start playing what we call, who can bait game. No. So look, we have this, that. We believe that if you come in, this area is an area that you are good at, sell the party well to him. If you think he's a formidable person to drive the party, also be very clear. You can't have two people like that, Atiku and Obi, in one party. Of course, ego will flow through. Who will step aside for the other person?
But do you see Mr. Peter Obi as having ego?
On contrary, no, he doesn't. Well, every man does, but it all depends on how you manage it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that, so maybe the right word would have been who will step down for who. That's my explanation here.
Okay.
Do you think Atiku, having looked at where he's coming from, will now say, I want to now step down for Obi? It will never happen.
Well, we'll just have to keep our fingers crossed and see how all of that pans out. But this is where we'll leave it at this morning on the social listening segment. Thank you so much for watching. Until tomorrow, my name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
morning and welcome to the Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown. Let's take a look at the major business stories making headlines today. Market gains 2.44 trillion naira as ICT banking stocks drive surge. FCMB reports a 9-month profit of 134.5 billion naira as gross earnings rise. CBN waives cash withdrawal limit fees on dollar transactions. Federal government, SEC, NGS Group forge unifying direction on capital gains tax reforms. Nigerian bet on digital payment VAT for more revenue. Let's begin with news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian Exchange Limited closed the week on a high, with ICT and banking stocks driving the market up by 2.44 trillion naira. The all-share index gained 2.45% to 147.08 points, while market capitalization rose 2.67% to 93.72 trillion naira. The ICT industry measured by volume-led market activities with 3.50 billion shares valued at 17.75 billion naira traded in 11,184 deals, representing 52.89% of total equity turnover volume and 15.68% of turnover value. The financial services industry was the next most active sector, recording 2.625 billion shares worth 50.188 billion naira in 42,574 deals, while the services industry ranked third with 104.52 million shares valued at 1.166 billion naira in 7,000 deals. The industrial goods index led gains with a 7.38% rise, and the premium index jumped 5.50%. Conversely, the oil and gas and commodity indices and 0.30% respectively. Analysts said the weekly gains reflected year-end portfolio rebalancing and renewed investors' confidence, with aggressive positioning in the ICT and banking sectors, amplifying volumes and lifting prices across the board. Meanwhile, FCMB recorded a profit before tax of 134.497 billion naira for the 9 months ending September 30th, 2025, representing a 46.2% increase compared to the 91.83 billion naira posted in the same period last year. This strong performance underscores the group's continued growth and operational resilience. For the third quarter, FCMB's unaudited financials submitted to the Nigerian Exchange shows remarkable progress. The group's pre-tax profit for the third quarter rose significantly by 100.47% to 55.37 billion, compared to 27.62 billion naira in the corresponding quarter of 2024. Gross earnings also witnessed substantial improvement, climbing by 40.89% to 828.12 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2025. This marks a considerable rise from the 587.7 billion naira reported during the same period in 2024, reflecting strong revenue generation across the group. The notable profit growth was primarily driven by a sharp increase in interest income, which expanded by 64% to 734.11 billion naira, up from 445.79 billion naira in the same period last year. Despite higher interest expenses, FCMB succeeded in sustaining a robust net interest position. Also, the Central Bank of Nigeria has directed commercial banks and other financial institutions not to implement its new cash withdrawal limit policy on dollar transactions or other deals relating to foreign currencies. Under the revised CBN cash-related policies, individuals are limited to a cumulative weekly cash withdrawal of 500,000 naira across all channels, including ATMs, POS terminals, and over-the-counter transactions. The policy permits corporate account holders to withdraw up to 5 million naira per week. CBN Director, Financial Policy and Regulation Department, Dr. Rita Seki said the new plan will cut the rising cost of cash management, strengthening security around cash movement, and curb money laundering risk. According to report, the Apex Bank said that there is no limit to foreign currency withdrawals, but limit applies to naira withdrawals using a foreign card. It stated that the policy, which takes effect on January 1st, 2026, applies to all deposit-taking financial institutions in Nigeria. The CBN directed banks to implement the policies by setting limits in their systems, monitoring compliance, making relevant reports, and collecting fees for withdrawals above the set limits. Moving on, the federal government has inaugurated the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee, signaling a coordinated and market-aligned approach to rolling out the newly enacted capital gain tax provisions. The move reflects a clear effort to ensure that tax reforms support economic stability and market confidence. The committee's formations follow extensive engagement with key capital market regulators, including the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Nigerian Exchange Group. These consultations underscores the importance of the capital market in driving liquidity, price discovery, and long-term investment growth. Chaired by tax and fiscal policy expert Joseph Tegbe, the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee has been mandated to guide the capital gain tax implementation with clarity and investors' protection. During the inauguration, Tegbe emphasized the government's commitment to a fair, transparent, and responsible rollout. He assured stakeholders that the reformed process would be data-driven and sensitive to market dynamics, ensuring that business activities and investment flows remains stable. Both SEC and NGS Group pledged continued collaboration with the committee to ensure that the capital gain tax implementations strengthens investors' confidence and support long-term capital market growth. Still on, Nigerians' new tax reforms now enforces compliance on value-added tax payments on digital payments and online services, which will significantly boost tax revenue. The new system mandates e-invoicing and real-time VAT reporting in assessment of taxes. In the second quarter of 2025, about 22.3% of all VAT came from foreign sources from digital services to foreign companies selling to Nigerians and across broad transactions. The report projects that the continent's online shoppers will also double between 2020 and 2025 to reach over 500 million consumers, with 40% of Africans expected to shop online by 2025, up from 13% in 2017. The surge underscores the increasing importance of digital services in Nigeria's economy and the government push to ensure that both local and foreign operators continue fairly to tax revenue. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll take a short break and return with more stories. Stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Scrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour right here on Business Day Television. Moving on, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has topped the monthly salaries of the engineers sacked in September during its face-off with the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria. In a bid to address this, Pengasan said it is engaging the Dangote Group to resolve the matter amicably instead of resorting to another industrial action. According to reports, salaries were altered following the refusal of many of the engineers to accept their redeployment to Zamfara, Borno, Benue, and Sokoto states, among others. Some of the workers who spoke on condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the issue had earlier said individuals were sent to a coal mine in Benue, concrete road construction sites in Borno and Ebonyi State, as well as rice plants in Kebbi, Sokoto, and Zamfara. While a few workers were said to have accepted the redeployment, many rejected it, relying on assurances from Pegasan that the crisis would be resolved through dialogue. It was learned that the Dangote Group issued a warning signal in October by slashing the wages of the affected workers before withholding their November salaries completely. With both sides holding firmly to their positions, the resolution of dispute now hangs on the outcome of ongoing engagements between the union and the Dangote Group. In another development, the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise has expressed concern over the delayed submission of the 2026 to 2028 medium-term expenditure framework, warning that the lag could undermine legislative scrutiny and weaken the credibility of Nigeria's budget process. According to a report by the organization's Director and Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Muda Yusuf, the CPPE emphasized that the Fiscal Responsibility Act mandates that the medium-term expenditure framework be submitted to the National Assembly at least 4 months before the start of the new fiscal year. The failure to comply with this timeline noted places undue pressure on lawmakers and reduces the depth of analysis typically required for such a crucial fiscal document. Dr. Yusuf added that strict adherence to the provisions of the FRA is essential for strengthening fiscal governance, enhancing transparency, and ensuring that the government financial planning remains credible and predictable. In other news, the National Pension Commission has accredited pension recovery agents to serve as the cornerstone of the Nigerian social contract with workers. They are to recover 32.27 billion naira, comprising 15.87 billion naira in principal contributions and 16.40 billion naira in penalties from defaulting employers between June 2012 and September 2025. In a statement by the Commission's management, the Director General Omolola Oluworarun announced the development at the workshop in Lagos. The PENCOM boss reiterated the Commission's unwavering commitment to reinforcing strict compliance across the pension industry. She noted that the training marked a renewed nationwide compliance push to recover outstanding pension contributions and penalties from employers who persistently violate the Pension Reform Act 2014, which mandates remittance of pension contributions within 7 working days of salary payment. To end the business news hour, the federal government is wrapping up to upgrade air navigation equipment and airport infrastructure as part of its broader strategy to increase aircraft utilization by indigenous airlines. Nigeria currently ranks high among countries with low aircraft utilization by local carriers, a situation largely attributed to limited operating hours at some airports. Regulatory data indicates that aircraft on domestic flights in Nigeria operate for only 7 to 8 hours daily compared to the global average of 16 to 14 or 18 hours. Experts say this low utilization has strained existing facilities, forcing operators to focus on maximizing access through infrastructure upgrades such as air-feed lightning to enable round-the-clock operations. In response, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria has begun modernizing airport infrastructure. Confirming this in an interview, FAN Managing Director Mrs. Olubumi Kuku said that the authority is expanding runways and upgrading navigational aids, including air-feed lightning at selected airdromes to extend operational hours and meet global standards. And that's all we have for you on the Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for watching and stay tuned to Business Day Television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to fund it.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a BusinessDay mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks, on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight. If you're just joining us for the first time, it's great to have you here. I'm Glory Brown, and today we're shining a light on one of the most inspiring founders making waves. This show is all about exploring big ideas, bold journey, and the real stories behind today's rising startups. All right, let's jump right into today's spotlight. Joining me to discuss this topic, turning talent into a thriving enterprise, is Agbona Odunayo, popularly known as MC Praise. MC Praise is a top-tier master of ceremonies, public speaker, digital marketer, and brand strategist with over 9 years of experience lighting up stages and elevating events across Nigeria. He's also the founder of Golden Star Entertainment Company. And today, welcome MC Praise to Startup Spotlight.
It's nice to have you.
It's nice to have you. Welcome. I'm so thrilled. Let me start by asking you, at the beginning, you started doing MC way back 2016.
Yes.
How did you start? Tell us a brief story of how you turned your talent into MCing.
So I've always been a comedian. Not just a stand-up comedian, just someone who likes cracking jokes. And some of my friends would say, you're very good. Would you consider comedy as a career? So at every opportunity that we have in church, I need to jump on one or two things, just, varieties, just do startups. And then there's a friend of mine in 2019 that needed an MC for his event. I told him, I can help you with it. And that was how it started. So 2016, I've been hosting some church events, some birthday gigs, but I didn't really take it seriously. But then when my friend he had a big event and needed an MC, I was able to jump on it.
So when you started doing this MC at the start, when you started wanting to make it like a job, what fear and doubt came to your mind and how did you overcome them?
So because of how the industry was as at that time, it was not a thriving. It was for some people who had already made names, because that industry is only for people who are made names in the broadcasting industry. You're made waves with the comedy industry. You have to be popular for people to hire you for that kind. So it was very, very hard to just say a random person who is not popular, you do not have a face in the broadcasting industry, nobody knows you, and you just want to start this as a profession. You have that fear of, let me just start. So I just started anyhow, and to the degree of God, here we are.
So starting anyhow from the start, it's a very good thing because you don't know how it's going to be like.
Yes.
What mistakes did you encounter, like failures, when you started doing it blindly without you knowing what step leads to another step? What failures and mistakes you made then? What lesson did you learn from it moving forward?
So for mistakes, of course, if you start something as a newbie and you do not have a mentor who would guide you through some things, you are prone to do mistakes. I think one of the mistakes I had was my first wedding. So to say, my first wedding came from the event of my friend that I hosted, that I jumped on. The photographer was just about getting married. I was like, bro, I love your comedy. You are very, very funny. I will need you to come and do this at my wedding. So my first big mistake, I didn't have a structure yet. So he just said, how much do you charge? And because of my kind of lifestyle, I told him, pay me 8K. I know it's low, don't laugh. And he was like, no, we do not have 8K, we'll do 5K for you. And so the negotiation mistake was a part of it. I never knew the industry was something that valuable. I never knew people pay as high as 200K, 500K, 1 million. I never knew all of those. I never knew my worth at that time. So because of how it came, I just jumped on it. That's one. That's for negotiation mistakes. And when it comes to the execution of the event, I never had information about the couple. I just appeared at the event and I started yapping. So until you need people to start saying, no, it's not done like this. You know, a lot of people have attended weddings will correct you. Especially, it will be very obvious if you're a newbie and you have not seen some things, or maybe you have not hosted it before. If you did not even have anybody to guide you, you just want to go into that industry like a novice. You never blindly you're prone to do some mistakes. So there are some things I did that you just have people to come and meet you on stage and say, no, it's not like this. Even though some of these you might not be wrong, but because you do not really have a full knowledge of what you're doing, anybody can come and tell you anything, and you are prone to misconception because, yeah, of course, you're supposed to be the driver of the event, but if any other person comes to they can take over the event from you. So I think those are the mistakes I made when I was starting out as a professional musician.
So at what point, starting out, at what point did you notice that talent is not just enough? You need business skills, financial management. At what point did you realize all of this?
So for me, it was quite progressive. I've always been someone who loves knowledge. Before I started out, even the book itself, I had done my research. I had seen videos on YouTube. I had seen videos online. I had done my research everywhere. And I came across men who have seen, they already made 10 years in the industry. Shout out to my mentor, Spirit of Sako. I seen someone's video on YouTube and a lot of other people. So I was able to test some of them and say, please, I'd love you to train me. And it was then I later discovered that there's a community of other MCs who have been fed with knowledge. So on joining those people, you had more enlightenment. I had more enlightenment. Oh, talent is not just enough. These are the ways you can secure your clients. These are the ways you can perform well. These are how you are going to do it professionally. And then I go introduce to professional courses and every other stuff. So it was quite a progressive journey for me. It was not something I immediately realized, though. It was something that was progressive.
Let's talk about some of your turning points. What are some of the turning points? You can tell us like one brief story turning point of when you realize that this is going to be a big deal for me. You understand?
So I've been doing this from when I was in 100 level.
Wow.
Yes. So the first year, I think I did 4 gigs. Second year, I did 4 gigs. The third year, I did 10 gigs. And in the fourth year, that was like almost my finals. I started getting gigs from Lagos. So I would leave my school, travel to the Adekunle Ajasin University, to be precise, in Ondo State. So I would leave my school to come to Lagos almost every weekend to come and work. And then one day, one of my clients said, "Are you in Lagos?" The fact is that a lot of people who were hiring me, they never knew I was not in Lagos based. They just assumed this guy is in Lagos.
Because
so one of them has said, "Are you in Lagos?" And I said, "No, I'm traveling back. I'm not in Lagos. I'm schooling this, that." And he's like, "You need to move to Lagos." So I started looking for accommodation. Before you know it, I started getting a lot of people, and there are clients that can actually be a turnaround for you. There are people you will meet that they would give you genuine advice, that people would want to see you grow genuinely. If you meet those kind of people, you need to hold them very well. So on meeting different type of people that had helped me, that had inspired me, that said, you know what, I love what you do, but if you can leave the environment and come to this environment, if you can do this and that. And that was it. So on trying one of the advice some of them gave me, I moved to Lagos, and before you know it, someone was in charging 50K, 40K, 70K, all of a sudden started charging 200, 250, and to the degree of God, yeah, in millions.
So was that the moment you realized that this is something you can't do alone? You need team members to join you, to push through, for you to go beyond your imaginations. And how were you able to know the right people to put in your team, to select and be valuable in your team?
So the thing is, when I was 6 years in the industry, I hosted my first master class. I had like seven students, and from just those guys were already MCs, but they needed structure. And the industry is a very kind of competitive industry. Like I said, you need to do more research than outside of the industry. Most of the things that we're elevating in this industry is not something you do in the industry, it's something you do outside of the industry. So my first masterclass would open everything. I had some of my friends, those guys are now my friends, they are now the ones in my team. We're already growing from 7 to almost 80 or so. We had now have a big so those guys who knew how it all started were the ones I now say, you know, guys, this is the bigger vision. Can we work around this? So that was how. And as you grow, you begin to see more experience. There's some things experience to teach you. You begin to see the need for structure. I have some of my other friends, shout out to official Mr. Bravo, who would have calls in the midnight. We will not sleep. I'm actually very active. I'm very active at night. If you call me 2 a.m., I'll pick up my call.
Yeah.
I'm very active at night. So we can have a call all through the night and say, guy, what is the next thing we need to do? What is the next thing we need to do? And during our conversations, ideas begin to drop. It can just be something we're just talking naturally. And I'm a very sensitive person. Once I say something, we can just be communicating. Once I say something, oh, we're supposed to do this, I immediately note it and put action to it immediately. So when I needed a structure, we need to have a manager, a guy. We need to have a PR person. We need to have a secretary. I started noting before okay, so who are my friends? Who are the friends I know that are very good at this? Let me bring them in. So it all started with my friends.
Okay.
So I have a company, Golden Star Entertainment, GSA. Yeah, we have a party company. It's now a big group of companies now. So people that started that in that company were my friends. There were people I knew. Okay, you're very good in finance. You're very good in secretary. You be my. I still have official mail I sent to them. Like, oh, we're officially bringing you on board. So even though I was not paying them, but then I understand the concept of structure from the beginning. So it was quite very easy for me to implement some of these things. And also I learned from my mentors.
So meaning having a mentor is a very important.
In every industry, if you want to thrive, either you are a startup or you are even in the industry, you need mentors.
But there are people with talent, but they don't know how to get mentors. What advice can you give to them, and how can they locate like a mentor that can put them through the right path?
To the glory of God, I humbly say this: I get close to 30 messages per week from different people, part of the world, who have seen my video on YouTube and say, I want you to come and mentor me. I've written books on how to be a startup. I've written books on motivational. I've written books on the concept of my craft as well. So when some of these guys come across my videos on YouTube, they would go and search my contact on Instagram, and then they find my contact and send message. So I've had a lot of them. So we have a system of admission, of course. But the reason why I'm saying this is because there are always materials. We always find someone who has done 10 times what you're currently trying to do in that industry. Only if you're not doing your assignments well. You can never be in any industry and not know one person who is really doing well. You should have a role model. And if you can find one person and you can get access to that person, obviously you're going to see their competitors. Even if that person cannot mentor you, you always see their competitors or their people who have collaborated with them who can also help you.
As the founder who has turned your passion into a thriving enterprise, what advice will you give to someone out there who has this talent but they don't know how to turn their talent into businesses?
All right, there are different advice I'm going to give. The first one is to start afraid. Your talent, you know you have something, you have not tried it before. You just have to try it. Try it with a mistake. You are going to make mistake. You're only going to make you that once. You would know how to adjust yourself. There are times I've gone with my mentees to events. They never knew they would make mistake. I'll just put them on spot. Go and open this event. And that was the last time some of them will make that mistake, because they needed to learn like that. Some of them needed to learn like, sometimes I'll say, I'll put them on spot. or you come do an opening for me. You just have to start anyhow. You have a talent right now. If you're looking at me, start anyhow. Start in your living room. If you know how to dance, start doing it in your room. Start anywhere. If there's opportunity for anybody, maybe they need someone who can sing, or you're just in a gathering and you just like you feel something like varieties. Those times I remember there might not necessarily be a variety. I'll just be this kind of person who's restless and say, please, I have a comedy. Can I make people laugh? That's how passionate I was. Please, can I make people laugh? I just feel like this piece is boring. So I never really started on the basis of money. I started on the basis of this is what I want to do.
For fun, for
fun,
for the passion.
So as at that time I be like, my purpose should be around this thing is just I want to make everyone around me
happy.
Yes.
Let them feel the vibe.
So I just want to do this before you now realize that, oh, so somebody can pay you for this, and later you can realize that as at 2016 somebody was already collecting 2 million for thinking, wow. So somebody is collecting big like this. Okay, let's put a structure around this. Okay, how can we work on it? So if you're looking at me and you don't know how to start, just start anyhow. And when you're starting, just continue. Even you made mistake. I'd made mistakes before, and I said nobody should come here and say praise again. I remember that times I cried out of the stage when I was in school, and I cried home. I can remember that day, and I said nobody should come here and say praise again. But then there's another opportunity that presents itself, and I still came up and did the same thing I did when I cried, and people appreciated me because of the different environment. So what I'm saying is that even if you have made a mistake before, do it again. If you continue to make mistakes, you cannot make mistakes 100 times and not get it right one time. So you need to continue what you've done before. Keep showing up. By that, you will learn from your failures. You will learn with people you meet. If you make mistakes, some people come and meet you and they say, bro, there are ways you can do it better. I know someone who can do it better. That's it. So if you have not tried it before, how will you meet people? Come on, wake up.
You know, you feel forward.
Yes.
You learn, and then next
I don't
time
believe anybody feel
backward. Backward, yes. Yeah, because when you make mistakes, you learn from your mistakes. Next time, that particular mistake, even if you're going to make another mistake, it's not going to be that
the same way. Exactly. It's going to be the same way.
Yeah, we're having a nice conversation right here with MC Praise. We're going on a quick break now. Stay with us. When we'll come back, we'll bring you the most interesting part of the conversation. Welcome right back to Startup Spotlight. We've been discussing the topic, turning talent into a thriving enterprise. And we've been having this amazing conversation with MC Praise. Moving on to my next question for you. You know, this industry is a very competitive one.
Yeah.
A lot of new trends pop up every day. How do you stay innovating and keep staying ahead of your game?
So the first thing is you should know what you're doing. Know the market. And if you understand the market, you need to jump on trends and collaborate with other people. So I have a concept that you can't do life alone. The people who integrate the new trends are people who also just want to try something new. So the moment you see this thing is trending, don't turn a blind eye to it. You can send a message. You have to be humble. So if you want to grow, you send a message to the person, I love what you're doing. Would you mind if I can recreate what you did? Can I recreate it? Can I work around it? I'm not going to copy you, but can I put another concept to it? And before you know it, it can be the turning point for you. But the thing is, whatever you notice is trending in every industry, you should be able to jump on it. And if you want to innovate, innovation is just doing what have been done before. You're just doing it a different way. So instead of copying and paste, you can have access to the person and say, would you mind if I could do this? And in our industry, sometimes some of them will not even come and meet you. Before you know it, they are done it different way. They package it where. So if the person that packages it well is the one that takes the glory. So if you do it well and you don't have the platform for it, that's another topic for another day. But the thing is, you can easily reach out to the person who have done something big. Appreciate the person. I love what you're doing. I appreciate you, but I want to do something around this. Would you mind if I do it? I'll tag you. Something. Sometimes some of them will not even say I'll tag you, but it's quite very professional for you to meet out and say, I want to do something around this. And before you know, you can actually take the glory for a different. If you can do it, because the way you would do it is actually different from the way I would do it. You might have done something very good, but I can have my own personal trait in it, and that's what makes it innovative. Because yes, there's a way I'm saying it differently from even what you've done. Even this our phone. This is not how the cell phone in Nigeria was before. It started like handsets. I remember when we had something like
that. Yeah, like a long antenna.
Somebody saw it differently, and it kept updating. So that's innovation. That's how we can also do.
You talked about going into this passion that you've turned into a thriving business without initially the aim of making money,
Yes.
profit and all that. But you know, that was way back. That was 2016, and currently we're in 2025. You understand? So my question is, for people that are looking forward to jump on this trend, become an MC or turn their talent into passion, and when you have a friend, for instance, that tells you, come over and help me host this event or a party I'm doing, how can they finance themselves? Because going for an MC job or hosting a job is very, I don't know how to say it. You need to look very fine. You need to be the center of attraction and all that. How can they have all that put together while chasing the dream of making money in future?
So this is like you said, that was in the past. There's just a way you can actually work around it. That's why you need the help of a mentor. So for example, if you're just starting out, I would still encourage that you don't make money your top priority. You need all the gifts that comes with you for you to build your profile.
Really?
And you can start with what you have. Before you, if you see some of our past pictures, you will laugh. And we still had audience, even when we were wearing all of those things that we wore 10 years ago, 9 years ago, 11 years ago. When we see it now, we laugh at ourselves. But that was the best we had. And that was what we can do. That was what we had. So with what you have right now, you know you still have very good clothes. Start with it. If you are invited to come host an event, put on that clothes. I know some MCs who had repeated outfit like 7 times for an event, for different events, the same outfit 7 times until they were able to raise money to get different outfit. So if you're a newbie, you want to start doing this, like I said, you can actually, say, oh, I would appreciate when you know how the situation of things is, but you don't make money your top priority. Now, when you now realize that, okay, you are now doing well, and then there's time for you to, yes, you can now put structure and say, I'll be charging so amount. But the truth is, even if some people want you to come and do it for free, they will still need to test your ability. They don't just want just anybody. So for now, if you message any company and say, I would like to do this for you, they'll still need you to send your portfolio, send your profile. That's even for free.
Yeah.
So money should not
be
the
even
top.
for free.
Yes, that's even for free. So like I would say, like I always say, because that was what worked for me, money should not be your top priority. Of course, the aim is for you to build yourself so that you can be able to get money, but you learn to earn. In this our industry, we learn to earn. Yes. So you need to learn first, learn from your experiences, and then it will now take you to earning. But for first, in my book, the MC Starter Skit, like I said, don't let money be the first thing. At the end of the day, money will come looking for you. You just start to position yourself valuable. Money attracts value every time, or value attracts money every time. If you're valuable, people will always be willing to give you for the value. So, but before you can show that you're valuable, you don't make money the top priority, then because a lot of people will run away from you. Okay, when you now say how much you want to collect and you call one big price,
and you end up spoiling the
whole thing. So they will not call you again before you know what you're supposed to learn from an event that they don't really pay you. There's a way they can criticize you than when they pay you. Yeah, so
we all know that hosting an event can be unpredictable sometimes. What's one funny moment or surprise moment that has happened in your career and you've learned an important lesson from it?
There are a lot. I hosted an event before that there was a fire break in the hall, and everyone was rumbled for like 30 minutes.
What?
I've hosted a wedding event before that there was a fight between the families, and for like an hour, nobody was doing anything. It's quite unpredictable, yeah, but the thing is just you need to remain composed. You are the MC for this work. You know what you want to come and do. And therefore, there's always this spiritual side. You pray for every event you want to host for, because the spiritual controls the physical. But just know what you're doing. Compose yourself. Be calm. Don't let any of that. Of course, the events is unpredictable. The bad will happen. The good will happen. But you remain composed and know what you want to do, and then work with the other vendors. That's one of the next things that can actually help you, especially when the event has planners.
Thank you, MC Praise, for sharing your journey, your insights, and all you've said so far. Thank you so much for coming to Startup Spotlight.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And that wraps up another inspiring episode of Startup Spotlight. Today we've learned how talent, when nurtured with vision, persistence, and the right business strategy, can truly transform into a thriving enterprise. Thank you for joining us, and keep watching BusinessDay television.
News updates with you live from Business Day Television News Studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, FG, SEC, NGS Group forge unified direction on capital gains tax reform. CPPE flags 2026 to 2028 MT delays, warns of risk to budget scrutiny. And EU launches €12 million initiative to strengthen maritime security in West and Central Africa. Nigeria bets on digital payment, VAT for more revenue. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Deborah Eze. The federal government has inaugurated the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee to oversee the rollout of the new capital gains tax. The move follows consultation with the Securities and Exchange Commission and Nigerian Exchange Group to ensure a market-friendly approach. Chaired by tax expert Joseph Tegbe, the committee will focus on transparency, investor protection, and minimizing market disruption. Broad stakeholder engagement is central to this mandate, and market operators have welcomed the move, emphasizing the need to protect liquidity and investor confidence. NGS Group CEO Temi Popola said careful execution will sustain participation and support long-term investment. Analysts see the committee's creation as a positive signal. SEC and NGS Group pledge ongoing collaboration to ensure the CGT rollout strengthens Nigeria's capital markets while encouraging broader participation. And moving on, the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise is warning that delays in submitting Nigeria's 2026 to 2028 medium-term expenditure framework could undermine budget credibility. CPP's CEO, Dr. Muda Yusuf, says the document should have reached the National Assembly months ago. Noting the delay violates the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which requires submission 4 months before a new fiscal year. He argues the late arrival limits lawmakers' ability to properly scrutinize one of the government's key fiscal tools. While CPPE acknowledges improvements, such as more cautious oil benchmark, revenue projection, and spending, it says the framework still doesn't fully reflect Nigeria's economic realities. The Federal Executive Council has approved a $64 oil benchmark at 1,551 naira to a dollar exchange rate and a 1.8 million barrel per day production target. Meanwhile, Budget Minister Atiku Bagudu says government revenue is projected at 34.33 trillion naira for 2026. And also, the European Union has launched a €12 million program to improve safety and security across major West and Central African ports. The 4-year Scope Africa project was unveiled in Lomé, Togo. The initiative targets key ports including Lagos, Abidjan, Dakar, Douala, Cribri, Pointe-Noire, Praia, Libreville, and Monrovia. It aims to strengthen emergency response, boost skills training, and improve compliance with global maritime standards. The EU is funding the project with expertise France and enable leading implementation. A new partnership with the Regional Maritime University in Accra will support professional training and information sharing. The launch aligns with the EU's broader push in Africa, including a €545 million package to expand renewable energy access across the continent. Officials say both programs are designed to improve infrastructure and also drive regional growth. And up ahead, Nigeria bets on digital payment VAT for more revenue. We bring you more details after this timeout.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire.
Welcome back. This is still the news update and still on the Nigeria business scene. Nigeria's new tax reform now enforces VAT compliance on digital payment, SaaS, and online services. The system introduces e-voicing and real-time reporting, aiming to capture revenue from a fast-growing digital economy. Officials say the reform targets untapped potential from foreign digital services. In Q2 2025, 22% of VAT came from cross-border transactions, highlighting the revenue opportunity from platforms like Netflix, Meta, and Google. The move will affect both local and foreign companies. Nigerian businesses must charge and remit VAT on digital tools, subscriptions, marketplaces, and transaction fees, while foreign operators with significant presence must comply through local intermediaries. Experts predict higher government revenue, but potential consumer price increases. Failure to comply carries penalties of 100,000 naira for the first month and 50,000 naira for subsequent months, underscoring the government's push for ethical, proactive digital tax compliance. And moving on, Nigerian airlines are expanding into West Africa, attracted by limited competition and a more stable Naira-dollar exchange rate. United Nigeria Airlines recently launched Abuja to Accra flights, joining Air Peace, Overland Airways, and Ibom Air on the route. Strong passenger and cargo demand is driving the move, as Accra is the second most popular international destination for Nigerians, and carriers like Air Peace and ASCII Airline connect passengers across multiple West and Central African cities. Industry experts highlight opportunities for growth and partnership. Expanding regional routes allows airlines to feed passengers into long-haul carriers and strengthen commercial alliances, increasing revenue potential. Regulatory support and careful planning are key to success, and access to more airports beyond Lagos and Abuja, coordinated schedules, and strategic management of costs and infrastructure are essential for sustainable growth in the region. And away from that story, Nigeria is set for a new upstream petroleum licensing at the end of 2025, targeting $10 billion in investment and 2 billion barrels in national reserves. The 6-month exercise began on 2nd December under the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Industry insiders warned past challenges could undermine results. In the 2020 marginal fields round, 33 of 57 awarded licenses were revoked for unpaid bonuses, and only 2 fields reached first oil. Experts cite limited financing, high royalties, infrastructure bottlenecks, and forced partnership as major hurdles. Financing remains the biggest barrier for local operators, and companies like Ingensher Energy achieve production through shareholder funding, a model most indigenous firm cannot replicate. Regulatory and infrastructure issues add pressure. Access to pipeline, community tensions, and unclear fiscal rules mean without reforms, experts fear another round may deliver paper wood instead of real production. And still on, FCMB Group has reported a strong profit jump for the 9 months to 30th September 2025, posting 134.5 billion naira in pre-tax earnings, up to 46% year-on-year. Third quarter profit was even stronger, doubling to 55.37 billion naira, according to the figures filed with the Nigerian exchange. The bank's performance was driven by surge in interest income, which rose 64% to 734 billion naira, despite a slight drop in its loan book. Net interest income more than doubled to 350.8 billion naira, even as interest expenses increased. Non-interest income rose modestly to 108 billion naira, supported by higher fees and commissions. Trading income, however, fell by 25% as weaker FX and bond trades offset gains in treasury bills. Total assets edged up 7.23 trillion naira. Investor reaction has been positive. FCMB's share price climbed nearly 4% after the results were released, closing at 10.90 naira to a 16% gain since the start of the year. And still to come, Rand steady as Moody's keep South Africa's rating unchanged. This and more after this commercial break.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa, where the rand started the week flat as traders assessed Moody's decision to keep South Africa's credit rating and outlook unchanged, while awaiting key data releases that will give indications of demand and output trends at the start of the fourth quarter. According to reports, the rand traded at 16.9375 against the dollar, a whisker away from Friday's close. Moody's kept South Africa's credit rating at Ba2, saying its decision reflected the nation's low growth potential, while also leaving the outlook stable. South Africa's benchmark 2035 government bond was also flat in early deals, with the yield at 8.315%. And Boltec, the global insurtech backed by Hong Kong billionaire Richard Lee Chizokai, has acquired Kenyan digital insurance platform MTech, marking a strategic expansion into Africa's growing protection market. The deal is reportedly aimed at strengthening Boltec's presence in East Africa and enhancing its global embedded insurance capabilities. Under the acquisition, MTech's leadership team will continue to oversee operations in East Africa, while the platform will be leveraged globally combining local expertise with Boltec's extensive insurance ecosystem. Richard Lee Tizukai, the younger son of tycoon Lee Kashin, is a Hong Kong billionaire known for his extensive holdings in telecommunication, insurance, and asset management. Tizukai is the founder and chairman of Pacific Century Group and serves as executive chairman of both PCCW Limited and HKT Limited. And also the foreign scene, United Nations on Monday appealed for an aid budget only half the size of what it had hoped for this year, acknowledging the plunge in donor funding at a time when humanitarian need have never been greater. By its own admission, the $23 billion UN appeal will shut out tens of millions of people in urgent need of help, as failing support has forced it to prioritize only the most desperate. The funding cuts come on top of other challenges for aid agencies that include security risk to staff in conflict zones and also lack of access. And Kenya President William Ruto has welcomed plans by the administration of US President Donald Trump to extend the African Growth and Opportunity Act by 1 year, saying the move would safeguard ongoing trade gains. The AGOA agreement, established in 2000, gives dozens of African countries duty-free access to US markets and has been a critical lifeline for many regional industries, including textile and agriculture. The Kenyan president revealed that the extension of the pact, which expired on September 30th, 2025, will allow for the development of a more ambitious deal. Kenya is reportedly among the top African beneficiaries of the program, which has provided the country significant export earnings annually. Now remember, you can follow Business Day on all our social media handles on Instagram and also on X, and subscribe to our YouTube channel and stream us at Business Day Television NG. And that's the much we have for you on Business Updates. We'll be back in just a moment for more stories. Just stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Scrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Welcome back. It is still the news update with you live from Business Day Television News Studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. I am Deborah Eze. The national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Professor Netewa Yiwatada, has predicted a landslide victory for the ruling party in 2027 general election. He made a statement in Abuja while receiving members of a women-led political advocacy group. Yiwatada said the APC is confident of winning because of what he described as the success of the president's renewed hope agenda, which he said is winning support across the country. The APC chairman also added that the party was fully prepared for future polls as internal consultation continue ahead of its national caucus and national executive committee meetings. In response, the group founder, Deborah, said the organization would activate structures across all states to secure the party's victory. And the Progressives Governor Forum has passed a vote of confidence on President Bola Tinubu's administration and endorsed his re-election bid. The resolution was announced by the chairman of the forum and Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma at the end of a joint PGF and APC stakeholders meeting. Reading the communique, Uzodinma said the governors reviewed the political, economic and security situation in the country and reaffirmed support for Tinubu's renewed hope agenda as it aimed at stabilizing the economy and strengthening national security. The forum also commended the improved coordination among security agencies and vowed to strengthen community-based security structures across APC state. Uzodinma urged APC stakeholders to intensify grassroots mobilization ahead of 2027. And also, the Federal Executive Council, FEC, on Monday approved the adoption of the Orosoya report aimed at the reduction of cost of governance for implementation. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, disclosed this while briefing State House correspondents at the end of the FEC meeting presided over by President Bola Tinubu at the Council Chamber, Presidential Villa, Abuja. The minister explained that with the adoption of the report, it means that some agencies, commissions, and departments of government have been scrapped, some merged, some subsumed, some others, and others moved under new ministries where they are supposed to perform better. He, however, explained that the adoption of the report did not mean people working in the affected agencies and departments will lose their jobs. And the All Progressives Congress, APC, has announced a change in the date for its upcoming National Caucus and National Executive Committee NEC meetings. The party said the meetings earlier scheduled for December 15th and 16th, 2025 have now been moved to December 18th and 19th, 2025. The announcement was made through an official notice signed by the party's National Secretary, Senator Surajuddin Bashiru, and shared on his X handle. The notice said all members were invited in line with Articles 12.3 and 13.3 of the APC Constitution, which define the composition of the party's principal organs. While no reason was given for the changes, the notice urged all concerned members to take notice in compliance with the party's constitution. Political parties preparing for the June 20th, 2026 governorship election in Ekiti State have completed their primaries as candidates across party lines express confidence of victory. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has directed parties to conduct primaries between October 20th and November 10th, 2025 as part of its election timetable. According to INEC, the personal details of candidates will be published on December 29th, 2025, while parties may substitute nominees until January 12, 2026, and the final list scheduled for release on January 19th, 2026. Those who have emerged as flag bearers include the incumbent governor Biodun Oyebanji of the APC, Dr. Wole Oluyede of the PDP, Dare Bijde of the ADC, and Daramola Uwola of the YPP, David Bankole of the SDP, Okwemi Falegon of Accord, and Blessing Agbegunde of the NNP, and Professor Oyebanji Olajuyin of the Labour Party. While political parties are already mobilizing support across state, some aspirants have approached the court over disputed primaries. And still on the Nigerian scene, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has condemned the defection of 17 Rivers State House of Assembly members to the All Progressives Congress, APC, describing it as an act of betrayal and a threat to democracy in the state. PDP National Publicity Secretary Ini Emil Obong described the move as redefection, claiming the lawmakers had merely returned to the APC after previously leaving it and branded them as enemies of democracy. Amuele, however, justified the defection, claiming the party had become dysfunctional and argued that the constitution permits lawmakers to leave a divided party without consequences. The Assembly also reaffirmed its decision to conduct sittings at the Legislative Quarters Auditorium, insisting the Constitution empowers it to determine its sitting venue for effective governance. The Senate is set to screen 65 ambassadorial nominees forwarded by President Bola Tinubu as concerns mount over the credibility of several names on the list. The nominations sent between November 26th and this week come after nearly 2 years without ambassadors in Nigeria's 109 foreign missions. According to the presidency, 34 nominees are career diplomats, while 31 are non-career political appointees, with Tinubu urging lawmakers to speed up confirmation to fill critical diplomatic gaps. Among the controversial nominees are Ayodele Oke, a former intelligence chief facing revived money laundering charges, Ibok Ete Ibas, a former Rivers State administrator, accused of mishandling 283 billion naira, and former Abia Governor Okezie Ikpeazu, allegedly indicted in a 1.9 trillion naira audit report. Others include political figures Reno Mokri and Femi Fani-Kayode. As the screening began, analysts warned that the outcome could shape Nigeria's global image and determine whether diplomacy is driven by competence or by politics. And up ahead are stories from Africa, foreign scene, entertainment, and sports stories. Just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back. We now head to the African scene where Benin president has appeared on television to reassure citizens of the West African nation that the situation was now totally under control following an attempted coup earlier in the day. A group of soldiers announced earlier on state television that they have ousted President Patrice Talon, sparking a swift response from loyal army forces, airstrikes from neighboring Nigeria, and the deployment of troops from other countries in the region. Benin's military and security sources revealed that around a dozen soldiers had been arrested, including those behind the coup bid. According to reports, Talon is due to hand over power in April next year after 10 years in office, marked by solid economic growth, but also a surge in jihadist violence. And the Democratic Republic of Congo M23 rebels, reportedly supported by Rwandan army, are continuing their advance in the South Kivu region of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. According to reports, the rebels took control of the strategic town of Luvungi, near the border with Burundi, and several surrounding villages, forcing thousands to flee their homes as the fighting intensifies. A spokesperson for the Congolese armed forces revealed that government troops had withdrawn from Luvungi to avoid major damage and protect civilians. The army in a statement noted that shells fired from inside Rwanda had hit communities in the Ruzizi plain killing civilians and destroying schools, health centers, and homes, while independent sources say that the rebels are now advancing towards the town of Vera. The fight escalation comes just days after the leaders of the DRC and Rwanda met with U.S. President Trump in Washington and reaffirmed their commitment to an earlier peace plan signed in June. And on the foreign scene, President Volodymyr Zelensky will meet key European leaders in London today as Ukraine's allies plan their response on an ongoing U.S. push for Kyiv to accept concessions in peace talks. The leaders of France and Germany will reportedly join Zelensky and Prime Minister Keir Starmer at 10 as they seek to ensure any deal deters a future Russian attack. The high-level meeting followed 3 days of talks in Florida, where Zelensky's chief negotiator pushed for changes to a White House plan widely considered to accommodate central Kremlin demands. The U.S. and Ukraine, however, revealed that there was progress, with U.S. President Donald Trump prepared to criticize Zelensky on Sunday, saying he hadn't read the draft. Trump also revealed to newsmen that he was a little disappointed that President Zelensky had not read the proposal. And Thailand's military had launched air attacks along its disputed border with Cambodia as the Southeast Asian neighbors traded blame for clashes that killed 1 Thai soldier and 4 Cambodian civilians. In a statement on Monday, a spokesman for the Thai military says Thailand deployed the aircraft to suppress Cambodia attacks after the death of a Thai soldier in Auburn province. According to reports, about 8 others were also wounded, while Thai statements added that the Cambodian soldiers had fired small arms and cuffed weapons on Monday, killing 1 of its soldiers. The Cambodian military in a statement revealed that it was the Thai forces who had launched the first attack at 5 a.m. local time on Monday, following days of provocative actions. Cambodian's Information Minister Ned Pektra also alleged that the Thai attack killed at least 4 Cambodian civilians. And coming up, entertainment news. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt
that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to the entertainment scene where ticket prices for major Afrobeat concerts in Nigeria have surged to unprecedented levels, locking out several local fans from live shows that once felt within reach. Flytime Fest, which is Lagos' biggest 30 December event featuring Davido, Asake, Rema, Central C, Flavour and Olamide, now charges rates that exceed what many earn in a month. For the 2025 edition, VIP standing ticket cost 250,000 naira for Davido on December 25th, 300,000 naira for Asake on December 24th, 250,000 naira for Rema and Central C and Rhythm Unplugged, 120,000 naira for Flavour and 120,000 naira for Olamide on December 23rd. These prices mark a rise from previous years as top headliners tickets at Flytime 2024 sold for 120,000 naira to 180,000 naira, while earlier years saw prices between 50,000 naira and 80,000 naira. Reports reveal that the increase stems from higher operational costs and artist fees driven by economic factors such as inflation and supply chain issues. Promoters also face expenses for venues, production, security, and international talent, which have all gone up, while the prices have sparked debate among fans who feel excluded from events they once enjoyed. Actress and filmmaker Funke Akindele has appealed to her fans in the United Kingdom to refrain from sharing clips of a new film behind the scenes online. The movie, which premiered on December 4th at the Odeon Cinemas in Greenwich, UK, generated significant buzz. Following its success, Akindele has expressed worry that unauthorized sharing of clips could jeopardize ticket sales ahead of the Nigerian release on December 12th. Akindele, in a video message, urged fans to respect the filmmaker's efforts and avoid piracy, saying that posting the video online is not helping matters or promoting the video. And up next is sport after this break. Just stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Egypt head coach Osam Azan has sent a support message to Mohamed Salah following his public outburst with Liverpool manager Arne Slot. Salah stunned Liverpool fans after making comment to accuse Slot and the club hierarchy of throwing him under the bus following his omission from the matchday action in Liverpool's 3-3 draw with Leeds United, where he was an unused substitute. The 33-year-old Egyptian forward has faced heavy criticism for his comments, but Pharaoh's coach Azan has backed his captain, posting a picture with Salah on social media and describing it as a symbol of determination and strength. Salah further escalated tensions in a dramatic 7.5-minute post-match interview at Elland Road, refusing to rule out the possibility that he has already played his final game for Liverpool. And Madrid conceded early in the second half and then saw red cards for Fran Garcia and Alvaro Caceres in its first defeat of the season at the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium in all competitions. Unused Madrid substitute Hendrik also was shown a red card for complaining. Madrid lost Garcia with a second yellow card in the 64th and Carreras in stoppage time. Swedberg sealed Celta's victory in a breakaway shortly after Madrid was reduced to 9 players. Madrid had won only 2 of its last 7 matches across all tournaments. Its next host, Manchester City, in the Champions League on Wednesday. Madrid's only other league loss this season was a heavy defeat at Atletico Madrid in September. It also lost at Liverpool in the league's phase of the Champions League in November. And do not forget to follow Business Day Television on all our social media handles displaying on your screen, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel. And that concludes it on the news updates this hour. Thank you so much for staying with us. My name is Deborah Eze.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria, and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Information is everywhere.
Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odds. My name still remains Obidiko Kafo, and on this episode we have a very exciting person to speak with, and she's someone that you will really need to listen to everything he has to say, because he has great things to say. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back right now. It's nice to have you today on Triumph Against Odds. Thank you for honoring our invite. Thank you for being here. And with us today on Triumph Against Odds, we have Kudzai Hove. I don't know if I got your name right.
Yes, you did.
Okay, and he's the CEO of Amai Foods. Yes, I think I got that right too.
Yes, you did.
Because I don't like spoiling names. I always like getting them right. So I think let's just jump straight into it. So my first question is, you said your umbilical cord is tied to the Pan-African struggle. How did your upbringing and personal journey shape the way you lead Amai Foods today?
That is a very deep question. Thank you. Possibly too deep to start with, but no problem. Thank you for having me and inviting me on the show. I think, look, I'm a child of the 70s. I'm a child of the 70s in Zimbabwe, which is when the liberation struggle was at its height in the country. If you recall, we only got independence in the 1980s. My memories, my earliest memories were of the village, of the war, and subsequently, when I was about 4 years old, we moved to the UK to be with my parents who were studying. So, and then at independence back to Zimbabwe. So we basically, I think my childhood was characterized by a lot of movement, a lot of new environments, being outside of my comfort zone, not quite fitting in. And I think it's informed my life in general, in that, I'm not scared to take risks that need to be taken. I'm not scared to be outside of my comfort zone, which if you're an entrepreneur in Nigeria, you're always outside of your comfort zone. Making decisions without having the full information, because that's what life is, and having to deal with the results. I think that's really what's kind of shaped me, and in the way that I run Amai Foods, it's also kind of accepting people are different, people don't conform, and it's okay if you don't conform. In fact, some of the best ideas are from people who don't conform. So really to try and groom that characteristic of creativity, etc., in my staff, in my team. So yeah, to answer your question.
Okay. So my second question is, Amai started in a borrowed kitchen in Lagos with 3 women from 3 different countries. What small but defining detail from those early days still shapes how you think about business now?
I think what hasn't changed for us is our commitment to the type of products that we bring out. We've always maintained that we would never sell a product that we wouldn't use in our own kitchen, that we wouldn't feed our own children, and we've maintained that throughout. Yes. I think that's something that's at the core of who we are.
Yes. See, from Ghana to Nigeria to Zimbabwe, you've lived Pan-Africanism in practice. At this stage in your life and business, do you feel you're at a crossroad or just getting started?
Can I say I feel both?
No, of course.
I feel I'm at a crossroads and getting started. Okay. I mean, look, I've been around. Amai has been around for 10 years now.
10 years?
10 years,
To be honest, I just heard about it not too long ago.
Yeah. So it's been 10 years. Wow. Which seems like a long time. I met a friend who said, look, a lot of businesses that started 10 years ago in Nigeria are not in existence anymore. So it's it is a while, and we've been through a lot. But at the same time, there are businesses that have been around for 100 years or 50 years. And so, for us, that's what we're trying to build. We're trying to build businesses that outlive us, outlive our children, can attract the brilliant Africans, brilliant young Africans to come and work with us, to build an African brand, world-class African brand, and to know that hopefully 100 years from now it will still be around. So I think, look, it is both. It feels like we're at a crossroads in many ways in our journey, because lots of things are being put into motion as we speak today. But at the same time, it's always fresh.
Okay, take us back to a moment when it felt like Amai might not survive. What nearly broke the company, and what pulled you through?
So there have been many moments like that. Which is where, we are stuck. We don't have the money to pay suppliers, or we need, we're struggling to pay our staff, etc. There have been many moments like that. And I think if most founders in Nigeria told the truth, they would also agree that there are many moments like that, and there'll be many moments in the future. But I think really the moment that I felt personally that I didn't know if the company would make it was when I didn't think I would make it. I think, I have, I come from a long line of strong women, and so I had this view in my mind that I must be strong, and whatever comes at me, I will be able to manage it. And I think while that's been useful to some extent, I think that it has also it neglects things like mental health, right, and your need for self-care, and the fact that you can't carry a whole load by yourself. And I think that was the moment when I just kind of realized, if this thing is going to continue, first of all, I need to take care of myself, and then I need to spread the burden, not just amongst the co-founders, but amongst my team. It needs to be a shared burden, right? Because no company can survive on just one person. And so I think, that's what really kind of made the difference, and at least just allowed us to pull through. And I think now that's continuing, that sort of ethos of everybody shares the burden is what's enabling us to continue.
So what, like, when you look at my food, can you just explain to us what my food is about? What do you people produce? What?
Yeah, so we're a food systems platform company, right? Our mission is to build out the infrastructure for nutrition equity and food sovereignty. Okay, so for us, what that means, I'll tell you what that means, and then I'll tell you what we do now and how we're going to, get to where we want to get to. For us, it's important that Africans can feed themselves, right? From birth, actually from before birth, right? From the time a woman gets pregnant to the time a child is 3 years old, or the first 1,000 days, let's say 2 years old, basically informs the rest of that child's life, right? So early nutrition is super important, right? And it's an area that we are falling behind in as Africa. Nigeria, 40% of the children are stunted, right? And stunting doesn't mean just a small person. It actually means that that person during that first 1,000 days probably didn't get the required nutrition, which now can affect their mental health, their intellectual development, many things. So out of the gates, we're starting several steps back. And we need, as a country, to be able to address that, because no manner of tech investing or investing in oil and gas or whatever is going to solve for that, right? We need to feed our population properly so that our children develop and are able to take the mantle. So nutrition equity, that is what I'm referring to, is super important. And being able to feed ourselves, food sovereignty is super important too. So as I said, we're a food systems platform company. We're currently active in fast-moving consumer goods. So we produce our flagship products are tomato paste called Tomato Mix, and then Tomapep, which are the main products that we sell. We use local tomatoes, local onion, ginger, garlic, peppers in our products. This is kind of the first step. We are now doing a lot of work in our value chain to actually start processing, using renewable energy to start processing some of our inputs, but at the same time being able to process those commodities for export. We're very much of the belief that Africa, Nigeria, we're leaving too much value on the table by exporting raw commodities. There is a lot of value to capture, which can be shared with small-scale farmers and other people that are along the value chain, which to us is what creates real prosperity, which changes the dynamic when it comes to things like nutrition. So it's a very kind of circular way that we're thinking about it. We call it a systems thinking approach to the value chain, where we're very, very particular about embedding smallholder farmers, women, youth, etc., into as many parts of the value chain as possible. So just beyond buying their product from them, we want them to be part of the processing, the value addition. We want them to be co-owners with us in the processing. So that's what we are looking at.
I think I like the holistic approach, as in looking at it from the full circle.
Yeah.
So my next, so many African businesses face the same dilemma. Nkrumah spoke of exporting raw materials instead of finished goods.
Yeah.
Was there a belief you once held about food systems or markets that you had to let go in order to grow?
That is a tough question. I think it might be what I kind of refer to as the inferiority complex that we as Africans have, that our products can't meet the standards of what is required in export markets, that we can't create the quality that is required. I think letting go of that belief, which many people believe, when you ask them, why aren't you processing? They'll be like, we can't meet up, we can't. So it's really, look, it's work, but it has to be done. And so I think it's really that,
Somebody has to do it.
Somebody has to do it, right?
So growing a food company in Nigeria means battling currency swings, inflation, and tough supply chains. How did you adapt Amai Foods to survive and thrive through those economic challenges?
So let's be clear, the economic challenges still exist.
Yes.
And we're still adapting.
Of course.
Right?
So
yeah, I mean, I think the most relevant one was our move to use local tomatoes versus trying to source tomato concentrate from different sources. Now, we were, to be honest, we were kind of forced in that move, but it's helped us a lot in terms of controlling our costs, etc. So I think that really was what kind of helped us in terms of being a game changer, helped us in terms of our margins, being able to source more cheaply, and enable us to actually be able to compete. Yeah.
As a founder, there are always ideas and opportunities that look good but aren't right for the moment. What's one big no you have had to make, even though it was hard?
So, oh my gosh, that's difficult to think about. I can tell you kind of in principles, in general, the big no for us right now is any product where we can't source locally. Where we can't build out a local supply chain that is resilient and sustainable. So as attractive as a business may look, we won't enter into it if we can't see how we can localize. In the short term, it's more difficult because it's always been a country where it was easier to import.
Yes.
Because of oil, dollars were always available, so it was, it was easier. If you go to other economies, Zimbabwe, where I'm from originally, just getting dollars out of the bank is next to impossible. So that's forced economies like that to look inwards versus importing, because it's very difficult to import. But for us here, we've been a bit spoiled. I think the last few years, though, have taught us that we need to look inward. And in the longer term, it will be more beneficial for us.
When costs rise or market slows down, how do you balance the optimism needed to inspire your team with the realism required to keep the business afloat? Yeah.
Again, difficult, but I have a very young team. They're very passionate, very creative, and I think what's kept us going is the ability to adapt. They're excited about developing new products. And so for us, a lot of it is about, this is a current situation. How do we adapt? And again, it's sharing the burden. No? The decisions are made jointly. We discuss possible solutions jointly. The budget is a team. How we spend money now is a team decision. And it's the best decision I've ever made, because, you now have members of staff who are saying, do you know what? You can delay the salary for a couple of days and make sure that production continues. So that kind of thing is a huge deal, right? Because it's ownership of the business. Yeah.
I really like that, because everybody feels like they're part of it.
Yes, exactly.
They're part of something.
Yeah.
Something bigger than themselves.
Yes. Yeah.
So if fear wasn't a factor of fear or limitations, if there are no limitations, no fears, what bold step will you take next to transform Africa's food system?
Well, we're already taking the bold step in the value chain work that we're doing, which we believe is truly innovative, which I referred to earlier, which is setting up renewable powered processing closer to farm gate, and building out a model where the smallholder farmers and their communities are part of this process, from nursery of the plants to sale of the, to table, basically. So for us, that's what we're doing. If I had no limitations, etc., I would double down on that as much as possible. Yeah.
So if the next 5 years of your journey were a book chapter, what would its title be, and what story would it tell?
I think the title would be Transformation. And the story that it would tell would be about Amai transforming from basically an FMCG company into a truly food systems platform company. So, the story would be about that process.
What would the title of the book be?
Did I not say the title?
No, let's talk about what you want.
Metamorphosis.
Metamorphosis.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are wrapping up. So I just want to ask, a very important question. We've been so serious, and I know you're somebody whose heart is big and everything. So I wanted to ask, when you're not running Amai, when you're not being a boss, when you're not leading people, what do you do what hidden talent do you have, and what do you do to relax or have fun or that kind of thing?
Yeah, hidden talent, not so sure about that. But what do I do to relax? Well, I'm a mother, which is not necessarily relaxing. I'm a wife, right? So I do spend time with my family, obviously. I go to the gym. I do strength training. I do yoga. I swim to relax. Also, although I've not done this for a while, and my colleagues will not be happy, I'm a bird watcher. I'm a member of the Lekki Bird Club, which is very active, and has an outing every month. Although the places in Lagos are few and far between, are getting fewer and further between to be able to actually be able to bird watch. But there are places like the National Theatre.
Yes.
There's Lufasi, there's the Lekki Conservation Centre, etc. So bird watching is another thing, and then I have some involvement in some environmental activities. There's a competition that I'm working with the Lagos Urban Development Initiative called Greening Lagos, to encourage youth to find ways to green their local environment, but they have to use existing infrastructure and existing resources.
funny enough, I didn't know birdwatching was a thing in Nigeria until my elder sister did a master's in ornithology.
Did she really?
Yes, in
Wow.
Nigeria. In
Fantastic.
Jos. In Jos.
Yeah, Jos is amazing,
yeah.
apparently.
So I was like, so when I heard you say, I was like, oh wow, that's so nice.
No, Lekki Bird Club, I think it's over 100 members.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's mostly Nigerians because people were accusing me of bringing foreignness, but it's actually mostly Nigerians. And the nice thing about it is it's an accessible hobby, so it's not too expensive to get into, you know. You can bird watch if you're lucky in your own backyard.
You can see, because I remember then my sister, when she comes home from Jos, and then she's like, that is a one thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay.
And there's some people, I'm sure she can do it from the call. She can hear the bird, and then she'll be like, oh, that's
it.
You know.
Yeah, that's that, and it's cool. It's very cool.
Yeah.
So, looking back at 2015 in that tiny kitchen, what's the one piece of advice you wish someone had whispered in your ear before you started Amai?
I think you get this myth, right, that founders have this clear vision from day one and they execute on it. And I think, you know, you realize that that vision changes, and it must change because the times changed, right? And I think I would have liked for someone to say, do you know what, it's okay. You don't have to have this, you know, like this is my vision and I'm building out. But there's this myth, you know, Jeff Bezos had this thing and this. But if you look at his story or anybody's story, you can see Amazon adapted, right? It was books initially, and then it was this, and then it was, and you keep adapting, and that's how you grow. So I think that probably would have been the one thing that would have been useful. Yeah.
At this point, I think we've, you know, come to the end of the podcast, but there's something I wanted to ask you, and I said I'm not going to let it go, but let me just, you know, go ask the questions I need to ask. And that's, I read somewhere in BusinessDay about Kwame Nkrumah's wife.
His daughter-in-law.
His daughter-in-law
Yes.
teaching you.
Yes.
So the question I wanted to ask, and this is just out of the blues and all of that, if Kwame Nkrumah, who I know he's someone that you listen to and you know have a good listen. If Kwame Nkrumah was here, seeing what you're doing, and you know he looked at what you're doing and you know maybe used one of the spices and all of that you make and all of that, what do you think he will say? What else in your head can you imagine? What do you think he will say? Like, oh wow, you know, that kind of thing. Because I know he's almost like an inspiration and all of that.
Yes, he's an inspiration, but so was Margaret Nkrumah. Is Margaret Nkrumah, his daughter-in-law.
Okay.
I think she was possibly one of the strongest influences, you know, in my early adolescence, in my teenage life, yeah. But I think that he would take the shito that we make, because we do make shito sauce, you know, which is the black pepper from Ghana, and he would taste it. And you know what? All Ghanaians all have the shito that they like, so he'd probably be like, too much onion or something. But I don't know. I mean, I think you know, at the end of the day, I think it's moving in the right direction. And, you know, looking at people like an Nkrumah or Margaret Nkrumah herself, who's phenomenal. You know, you want to always honor that legacy, you know, what she taught you, you know, there's this, you know, right to self-determination. She was very unapologetic about that in early independent Zimbabwe. Very unapologetic that, you know, it should be, the country is ours and ours. Even if we mess up, it's ours. That's the point.
It's our mess.
You know. You know, I think, you know, part of, you know, building a business is something, it's not political, right? You're not. But it is, for me, work that you're doing in improving people's lives. And, changing the narrative for them and for their children and for their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I mean, that's the hope, right? Is that you're not just a fleeting company, but you're actually a company that at the end of the day makes this deep impact, positive impact in people's lives.
Thank you so much, Kudai. So honestly, I wish we could go on and on and on, but sorry that can't happen.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
So at this point, we've come to the end of the podcast, and I really want to say thank you for having us. I've learned so much from just listening to you talk, and I'm really hoping that everyone who is watching and who is listening is learning, and I'm hoping they're taking notes too, because this is like a note-taking experience, even for me. Even though I'm not writing, I'm storing it in my head somewhere. So at this point, I'd like to say thank you once again. So thank you for watching us today. Thank you for listening to us today. At this point, we've come to the end of Triumph Against Odds. But please, we still have a long line of interesting people for you to listen and learn. And as we always say at Triumph Against Odds, always be resilient. Thank you.